Greetings, everyone. Keith here. Hoping everyone's having a good day. Enjoying life, living life, loving life. Be sure to hit those buttons, show your support. And there's a PayPal link below for anyone that wants to share some love. All is appreciated.
Secret is that you already know the truth. You just have to accept it.
I sold it cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape pape. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you sold it, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimation. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan. How you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation with gross castration in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation. You're a cheap imitation. Dark said hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over, it's been non-bit.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Productions.
Greetings, everyone. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Got a show coming up with, it's not corruption, folks. It's criminal. We have to get beyond this thing that they're just bad actors. It's actually criminal to the nth degree. So we're going to go over some more. How much evidence do you need? The first one I've got up here is, let me see here, not having to do with crime, but rather the news media and how it covers things up. So let's take a look about somebody speaking on Joe Rogan and a personal situation of my own. I had cancer, and thank God I've been blessed that I'm now cancer free. But one of the things that I was doing was taking ivermectin and fenbendazole, which is a dewormer for animals, dogs, cats, horses, and stuff. And we're going to listen to a little bit here about ivermectin and what Joe Rogan said.
In every single show at CNN combined and gets paid more than every single person at CNN combined. and he was 100% right about this thing through the entire time.
No, he wasn't.
Yes,
No, he wasn't.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me get this point out
Tell
here.
me what he was right about.
Okay, how about, you know what you just revealed?
Tell me what he was right about. This is going to be a good one because he's going to have to eat it deep and it's going to taste like shit.
Last month on Pat's show about ivermectin,
Yeah.
Joe Rogan was saying that, and you were smearing him for saying that.
Yeah.
You literally said he's taking horse dewormer.
Yes.
He should be ashamed of himself. You
Yes.
pleaded with your audience to not take it.
Yes.
Then you come back around and you go, hey, Pat, you know what I just found out? Turns out this thing isn't for animals.
Drug.
So yeah, shaming people for taking ivermectin. Shame that you can cure yourself from cancer. Oh, excuse me. Did I say that? Is somebody going to censor that? See, this is firsthand experience.
For animals. And
I'm not saying it was ivermectin alone either. So get that through your thick skulls too, people. There are many things I did. One of the most important was, of course, fixing my diet.
horse and people telling them to. What person? You know, you talk about like, cancel culture and who to shame. Ivermectin, a dewormer, really?
They are shaming themselves.
They are shaming themselves. I am ashamed. I am so ashamed that I am still living. Greetings, Max Vision. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good.
Important subject. I think it's important. Very important. Can't talk about it in Canada unless you're a bigger channel. I get all my videos on this type of thing ripped right out of existence. So glad that you can show this.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm a fucking shamed American. So, 30 bucks says, excuse me. Max, how familiar are you with what they call corruption?
It's all around me, unfortunately. Yeah, corruption pretty much runs the world right now. It's unfortunate.
Are you of the mindset like I am that it's not actually just simple corruption, that a lot of it is done with knowledge and intent?
Oh,
and
yes.
of course with public service, which is a public trust, there's supposed to be a certain base of knowledge of the duties of that public trust. And if you're in those positions and you care not one bit, that in itself is a fact of violation of the Constitution here in the United States, because that's what it says when it comes to these public service offices, is you're supposed to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States. And if you're not upholding them, then there's a 3-year prison term that you can serve just simply for negligence. And it goes all the way up to prison time, fines, prison time, and even death if you're connected in kidnapping, which is a lot of what this police enforcement actually is, because they're using Article 1 courts here in the United States when they bring charges against the people, and that's strictly an Article 3 court that they're supposed to use, and they don't. So it's actually treason and sedition.
Wow. Yeah. And what about trafficking? They're trafficking people all over the place. Girls
Yes.
across state lines, people across the border, and
Yep.
they're complicit in this.
Yeah, and one of the most disturbing things is the foster care system, foster care and adoption system, and that's my angle on all of it, is because it destroys the base foundation of a family, which is the power of a nation. Power of a nation is extended from having strong familial ties that are in accordance with the nation's scriptures, and this nation uses the Christian scriptures, where it talks about setting thine house in order. And nowhere in setting thine house in order is there a government entity. It's the father.
Yeah.
And then the head of the household is the man, and then the woman, and then the children. And this is a successive line for inheritance and legacy. Your inheritance comes from your mother, that's the dowry. And then the legacy comes from your father, and that's the story.
Mm-hmm.
That's the predecessors. We talk here in America about our forefathers. That's the legacy of the American traditions, the United States that they call it now, which is strictly a corporation.
Yeah.
So
how does
and a
that
lot
fit into inheritance tax that they put on now? That's a ridiculous thing.
Oh yeah, all of that is a lot of it is fraud, and people don't understand what the tax system is and how it works, and 16th Amendment and what they did with all that. It's because they don't do their research and they don't have a care to learn it, because they're conditioned to believe that their government is going to benefit them. This is instilled through our own parents. Our own parents are the ones that told us that Social Security is required, that you need a Social Security number in order to get a job, and that you have to have a job. And if you want a really good job, you know, your high school education really isn't enough. You need more. And it's all an indoctrination into a military education system, which is considered to be mandatory, but it's not. When you read the laws, they cannot just take over the education of your children, because this, again, in a Christian society, the scriptures say that you're supposed to train a child up in the ways of the Lord so he will not falter. And here we are, we're putting them into public education systems that have nothing to do with the
yeah, and they teach them cult behavior.
yes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. All the professions pretty much are cults now. And yeah, they teach them you have to get your you know, your magic papers to be in the club. And you know, even though there are healers out there, not doctors, healers, you know, but they don't get in the club, right? They're excluded.
Yeah, and that's you know, that's a funny thing here. I don't know what they do in Canada, but here in the United States, they take what's called the Hippocratic Oath.
Yeah.
Now, the Hippocratic Oath, folks, is an oath to Apollo and the Greek gods. How does that work in a Christian society where you're sending your children off to a forced, a seemingly forced education, and burying your children in hospitals under a doctor that takes a Hippocratic Oath to Apollo and the Greek gods? How do all you Christians feel about that? You know, and these are simple questions I've asked since I was a little man. You know, I quit the church at 15 years of age after I'd been adopted at 10. And the foster parents I had were diligent, just like all the rest of the, or my adoptive parents were diligent, just like all the rest of foster care parents were in instilling the religion into me.
Yeah.
So when I was adopted at 10, they had me going to church regularly, not just on Sundays, but on Wednesday nights and this and that, various different projects. So it kind of was more than what I had in the foster care. But at the age of 15, I decided I no longer wanted to partake in the church, because I realized the blasphemy and everything in my own in my own self, and I just couldn't do it anymore. And I ended up getting kicked out of my foster home, or my adoptive home. So my life has been a large portion, like I've told many people, it's fuck you. You're not my daddy. I know what you're telling me is a lie. I'm not going to listen to you. So
very astute at a young age. I was raised in a church, and yeah, I liked the I only saw the positive aspects of it, didn't see the negative social aspects and economic. It goes all over the place, the church. So, you know, you don't have those ties when you're just, you know, a goofy kid just trying to, you know, have a good time and get along. So
yeah, and you know, the last church I went to, it was a parishioned by a couple. So there's a man and a woman, both, you know, married under the church, and of course through the state. And of course, again, the scriptures say that the women are not supposed to be speaking in the church, and yet here I have a woman at the pulpit teaching me. So I knew something. You know, you can't sit there and say the Bible, I'm supposed to follow scripture, while you've got a woman on the stand at the pulpit teaching me about the scripture, when the scripture says you're not supposed to do that. So, you know, there were so many things.
Yeah, in my modern interpretation, or my recent interpretation of the Bible, the churches shouldn't really even exist.
Exactly. The church is not a place. Understand, it is not a noun. Church is a verb. Look it up. Church, verb. What does it mean? Church in etymology means gathering. So it's merely a gathering, and that's what the Amish do. They don't have a church. They gather. It's called churching.
Yeah.
So, a lot of things wrong with the way we've been brought up. And that's why we live in a system that constantly keeps indoctrinating us into a cognitive dissonance. Because the more we sit in that comfort and convenience of a government that's supposed to be benefiting us, the more the government will benefit, the more it will grow and become the monster that we don't want it to be. So today we're talking about what are your obligations, as the thumbnail says. Your obligation as one of the people is that accountability. You have to be accountable. If you can't bring your children up to be accountable, then no one's going to hold the government accountable. How can you bring children up that won't hold themselves accountable, but yet expect them to hold the government accountable? And that's the big problem. So the next one we got is from Susan Bossy. I believe I mentioned her in a video here last week or the week before. We've done a review on her, and we're going to do another one today, but this is another short that she put out, and she's doing a great job. She's freelancing, and we're going to take a look at the next video after this short, and she's going to talk about a lot of things about the process of service. And I'm going to be making little notations as I go along to explain some things about what I've learned in regards to how all this works and why I go through the postal service when it comes to these issues. Okay.
I've worked with McManus Law Firm a long time. You're a big First Amendment firm. You've had the Nymark case. You get us emails in the Ted Smith case. I'm very well aware of your work. And this is for a politician who's very controversial, that he engages in using his girlfriend during his campaigning. His girlfriend's children have been, I'm going to ride the elevator down. I'm going down too. Well, you can get.
See, he's going to hop in an elevator and she's going to go down the elevator with him. And, she's going to stick to her guns. See, this is the wishy-washy bullshit we put up with, because this guy worked with her before, but now that it's come to somebody that he supports politically, which is how he keeps his job, he now has a strict bias and is proving it. Right here in this elevator scene, we watch him turn around and walk off the elevator. He doesn't want to talk to her. He doesn't want to have anything to do with her on this case. That's bullshit. That is fucking not, that is not the transparency that these people are supposed to have.
Get out if you want, but I'm riding the elevator down. I have some questions. You don't have to answer them, but I've got questions.
I'm not going to answer questions. So thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
This is Susan Bassey, and we're continuing to bring you along on our reporting on San Jose City Council member Peter Ortiz, who brought a restraining order against a social media creator, Eastside San Jose Times. And we're going to continue reporting on that case, the attorneys who don't want to talk about it, and Mr. Ortiz's political associations.
See, they're trying to shut down the First Amendment auditing as much as they can. And that's the problem, folks. We cannot allow that. And that's why I speak about talking out all the time. That's your obligation. That's one of your obligations, is to petition the government for redress when things aren't right. And if you're going to sit there and keep backing the blue when they're absolutely breaking the law, then that's on you. And that's why the education is so important. So let's take a look at Susan Bossy as she talks about process service with Mark, the process server. This was just done yesterday or the day before. I think it was Thursday she did this. So go check out Susan Bossy. Yeah, 2 days ago, November 20th. Go check out Susan Bossy. Let me grab the link here and we'll drop it in chat. Everybody go check her out, sub up. You're going to learn a lot from this woman. If you're really curious and you want to know, you need to go check her out. So let's get this. We got this right. Okay.
And Puppy, who just got leashed because she was running around. I've unplugged my mic because I went to get some records down at City Hall today, and I did a little talk afterwards on my live about the records I got on Tuesday. And Puppy, who just got leashed because she was running around. I've unplugged my mic because I went to get some records down at City Hall today, and I did a little talk afterwards on my live about the records I got on two San Jose City Council members, but I could tell that my microphone was really obnoxious. So now I'm unplugged.
Yeah, go check out Mr. Pipsqueak too. Mr. Pipsqueak on YouTube. Bright little young man. He puts a video out every Friday night around midnight. And he's following up on a specific case as well as covers a few other details about other cases. And he's a very bright, very young and very bright young man. Got the great guidance of his mom and dad in this. And that's what I'm urging, that strong family foundation, bringing your child up in the ways of the Lord so they will not waver, teaching them how to hold their public servants accountable, even with their tiny voices. They have a value. Turn it up for them. Help them turn their voice up. Let me see if I can change this. I gotta. Let me refresh. It's not giving me the full screen I'm supposed to have. There we go.
Yes, sir, I did.
So Johnny Bravo says hi, Mark. I can read the comments.
Hello. We are back.
And Max, just stop me anytime you want to speak. Just let me know. Just pause it for a second.
Beautiful Santa Clara County, California, and our targets today were the Santa Clara Bar Association, which until recently I just learned they don't have a physical address. We were talking when we tried to serve the papers.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. They don't have a physical address. That's like PayPal and Google and things like that. They don't want to provide a physical address. They have to have a physical address. And this is one of the things I talk about with the digital currency. They will never be able to institute the digital currency across the board. You have to have documentary productions, and that document is the actual money. So you cannot get rid of a monetary system that's dependent upon the face of the documents. It has to remain in physical form. There has to be a physical form for the base value. It cannot be strictly digital.
To one of the parties, and we were told that they lost their lease during COVID, and I guess they never bothered to renew the lease. But you brought Mark Andrews down here to get it served, and we got it done. We found the attorney that is named as the agent for service. We went down to her law firm. We actually saw her leaving, and she noticed me. Can't miss my Hawaiian shirts.
Or my outfit today.
And with the beautiful blue boots that you tape in.
I'll flash that around a little later.
And so we got the Bar Association served through the attorney's office, as it should be, but they wouldn't allow us to serve the employee of the Bar Association. So we had to look up her home address, which I did. Politely went over there. We were let in the building, and we went and served.
And they're going to talk about this later, but there is it is known that service to agent notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent, because this is a public service, which is a public trust. And therefore, the integrity of the record and everything is actually a regulation of communication. And when it comes to the communication, again, that's that postal service passing the communications back and forth. And the simple basics of it is that when you post something to an account, okay, you open a Facebook account.
Yep.
And they even have a button that says post. YouTube changed their community page. It now is posts, because you're posting things. That's the importance of understanding the language and the reality that everything goes through the postal service, which is the process of service. The service process is through the mail. You can also serve them directly through a non-interested third party, a process server. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The process server is the most immediate and effective. Yes, social media post office.
Yeah.
Ms. Diamond, she came to the door, accepted her papers, and now that lawsuit can move forward because the First Amendment protects everyone's right out there to redress their grievances in a court of law.
And this is for a federal lawsuit for father in exile.
Yes.
In a court of law.
Hmm.
And to this day, the post office is in fact a court. Anybody has any questions about that? I can bring it up and show you. They even have their own rules of procedure.
And we did hear a little commentary about Miss Diamond's partner and what he thought of the
Pause
law.
for a sec.
Kind of the disgruntled
Postmaster
litigants.
General is one of the most powerful people in the U.S. as far as I understand.
Yes. Let me pull it up here. Okay, this is the about page of the Postal Service. You see, it's got the registered trademark and everything with the eagle, and it says judicial officer. So when we're talking about the judicial system,
Mm-hmm.
we're talking about the judicial officer, and it clearly says the judicial officer department is a neutral, independent forum within the United States Postal Service, consisting of the judicial officer, the Office of Administrative Law Judges, and the Postal Service Board of Contract Appeals.
Wow.
And then it even gives you the chairman, Judge Alan R. Carmella. It is a court.
Wow.
Administrative judge, board member Judge Catherine Rowe. Administrative judge, board member Judge Diane M. Migo. Administrative judge, board member Judge Richard Rowe. Postal Service Board of Contract Appeals decisions. They give you the Board of Contract Appeals decisions, as well as the rules of practice.
So what would be an example of this court being used? Like how would it be implemented?
Contracts.
So if you post a contract, it's under the jurisdiction of the Postmaster General?
Absolutely.
Okay. So all these people going with contracts to courts, they're not going to the right person?
Correct. Come on up, Joe. The link's there. Don't be shy.
Okay. I understand that now. Yeah. That's
Joe,
weird.
Joe, public service is a public trust, right? What is the public service but a contract? See, it's not a contract with the people. The federal government has a contract with the state governments for education, taxes, medical, insurances, everything.
Think about the amount of things that contracts are used in. Like, gosh.
The Department of Motor Vehicles at the state level has a contract with the Department of Transportation at the federal level. See, the only reason you're actually supposed to have a license, which is a contract, is if that contract is valid. And the ID says that you have to be an officer or an agent. What do you think resident is? I've showed that one many times. 19 U.S.C. 81O, and it's lowercase. And so when you punch in 19 U.S.C. 81 lowercase o, it comes up residents of the zone. And every American has been taught, indoctrinated through a public education system and their mom and dad and everybody else that they are residents. No person shall be allowed to reside within the zone Notice the zone is blue line highlighted. And when we click on that, it's got a definition. The term zone means a foreign trade zone as provided in this chapter. The foreign trade zone is in regards to the zoning improvement plan. That is the zone. Each city that has a zip code, that zip code is a foreign trade zone. If there are multiple zip codes, then there are multiple trade zones, and they are all foreign. Why? Because you are domestic to the land. They are foreign.
So who owns the land then?
The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. In all of the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption, because in order for the commercial people to operate on the land, they have to condemn it of its natural use, so they can put down a concrete slab. And it goes on to say, no person shall be allowed to reside within the zone except federal, state, or municipal officers or agents whose resident presence is deemed necessary by the board.
And this applies everywhere they use the word zone or zoning.
Yep. The zoning improvement board in accordance or in regards to the foreign trade zone.
So it's
and
taking the land?
Yes. That's why everything is considered a public accommodation. That's why you're considered to be a business, even though you didn't buy that home to run a business. You bought that home to raise a family. Is raising a family a business? Nope. Board. The term board means the board which is established to carry out the provisions of this chapter. Residency and all that. The board shall consist of the Secretary of Commerce, who shall be the chairman and executive officer of the board, and the Secretary of the Treasury. Says your device is not connected, Derek. Your device is not connected. Yes. And so we're indoctrinated and raised, again, like our mom and dad told us, you have to have a Social Security card in order to get an address or in order to get a job. We were indoctrinated in kindergarten by our mom and dad and the teachers when we started learning how to read and write, to read or write our legal name with the national address in a national address format. And that is the indoctrination. Greetings, Eric.
Hi, Eric.
Salute. How you guys doing?
Good. And so, and I've given an example of the way I express my address, and it's a 5-line address. The first line is Brother Keith. The second line is care of. Always spell everything out. Don't use abbreviations. Care of Joyce on the second line. Third line is the street number and the name, which is a street name security. It is a street that is named by the municipality, and they have a contract, a commercial contract with the Postal Service to bond it. And that is what the number is. It's a bonding number. Okay. And then you put down the city, state, and zip. And I don't care if you put the zip in brackets or not. It doesn't matter here because you're using a 5-line address that shows it's a foreign address. And then down below on the 5th line, you put United States of America. I've not once failed to receive a piece of mail using that address. Notice there is no last name. That means there is no legal name on it. You're not using the legal personification. You're expressing yourself in your first person form. Keith. That's it. So let's go back to Susan Bossy.
Comments that we hear all the time.
Yeah, everybody, depending on which side of the bar you're on, you have different comments. I know that some of the attorneys I work with always hate when we'll go into a point, we'll go to like deep into it, and then I'll stop and say, now, what would you do if you were the judge and you now saw this fact pattern? And he goes, I hate when you do that. I said, that's how you stay ahead of the game. You got to know what the other team is going to do when they move on the chessboard of the law.
So let's
Absolutely. Know if your opponent is weak or strong. And again, remember, to defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. That's what this man is talking about. When you know the weapons they're using against you, the language, and you learn the language, they can't use that language against you in any jurisdiction.
let's talk about service, because lawsuits don't start unless there's service. Anything from a divorce to a small claims case, and today you are serving for federal court. So let's talk about personal service and subservice and what is allowed. So if you are not represented by an attorney, because attorneys can serve themselves, they can either physically deliver if it has to be personal. You don't have to hire a process server if you have an attorney willing to do that.
They have to get permission from their client to accept service. That's the catch in it. Attorneys themselves, if you have to serve like a law office, they will accept service at the law office even if the attorney is not in the building, because they have to do that between business hours. But
And see, this is what the states are trying to do, with the county and city councilors, the district attorney and stuff. They're trying to say that, no, we're not going to accept service. No, you have to accept service. You have to. If it's a private client, then it plays.
Yeah,
But if you're the state and you're partaking in the public service, which is a public trust, you have an obligatory duty to take a petition as a redress of grievance. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. When I was dealing with my local municipality / county, the bailiff is like, usually attorneys do that. Yeah, I'm attorney, in fact. What do you mean? Usually attorneys do that. These people are inept.
Yeah. Micah Else or Captain Action says, I don't know if this pertains to the same subject, and correct me if I'm wrong. Is it true? You don't have to become a board certified lawyer to become a judge. No. See, this is the whole thing. They flipped the script on you. You have all the powers. Theirs are enumerated. Okay. And those enumerated powers are only the ones they thought of. And when they thought of those enumerated powers, the education about them has slowly dissolved. So nobody's really educated about them. You have to start doing your research and really do a lot of research, because there's not too many people out there that actually know a whole lot of what the Constitution is, what it means, and that the preemptive fact that the Declaration of Independence was a declaration of war.
Yeah, most municipalities. I mean, we're not talking about state. They usually go to law school, but most of your municipalities, they run for office. There's some local businessman corrupt, and they become a judge, and then they go to a judge's school. And by the way, I look at what they do. They talk about the birth certificate, the sovereign citizen stuff, and how to deal. Yeah, they go to judge's school.
Yeah, and when it comes to that obstruction, you're absolutely right, Al Michael. That again, like I said, when it comes to public service, it is obstruction and interference of service of process too, because in the private situation, as we were talking about, they don't have to receive it. The client does not have to act as a receiver. Okay, this is part of the process that's due. You have to have a server and a receiver. And so if they try to serve you, they can say they attempted to serve you and issue a bench warrant all they want. But if they don't have an actual receiver, then that proves that the process wasn't valid. Okay? This is why they refuse to come after me anymore. They don't have anybody that can operate for me as a receiver at a corporate level through a board of directors for those corporate Article 1 courts. They cannot get you if you know you're standing unless they bring it in an Article 3 court with a jury of your peers, people that are not going to present a state ID. Okay.
Well, wait, Keith. The last time my locals, they walked in my house with they didn't even have a warrant. They kidnapped me for 3 months. The minimum bond. But yeah. They will.
Yeah,
They will
that's
never have me in a court of law. They don't like me there, but they'll
right.
kidnap you for 90 days.
Yeah, and
That's a
understand,
maturity
folks.
bond.
Yeah, and understand, folks. 10 years ago, almost, they filed a protection order on me to keep me out of the courts and renewed it 4 years after that. 4 years in a row after that. So 5 years in a row, they had a protection order on me to keep me out of courts.
Wow.
They don't want me going in there to observe and taking notes and spreading that out. So they restricted my research to this, to the internet. So that's what I did. Fine. There's plenty of information out there, and my whole case was video recorded, and I didn't ask. I did it without him even fucking knowing. Ain't none of their fucking business. It's their business to write down what I fucking said, and everybody else in that courtroom. It's your job to write it down. I don't need to bring any documents. I know better now. Back then, I did. I did present documents. That was my error. Again, a man is bound by his words, not by another man's words. Learn how to speak, learn the language, and learn how to untwist it, because it is a beautiful language.
A client, like, say somebody was suing you and I was trying to sue you. If you didn't tell your attorney that he can accept service for you, I can go to his office, but he's going to say, no, Ms. Bassi hasn't given me authority to accept service. And then I would have to track you down and, catch you at the local restaurant or, out at the picnic or wherever I catch you.
And so let's clarify that, because not everything has to be personally served. But filing a lawsuit against somebody has to be personally served. And that includes a divorce case, a domestic violence, or a federal lawsuit.
The initial lawsuit has a multitude of mechanisms to serve. You have the personal service, which you just experienced. We serve somebody at home. We subserve to a law firm's agent of service for a client. That's allowed. Subservice is when you get anybody over the age of 18 at home who accepts service and knows what the papers are about and will give them to the party involved.
And knows what the paper's about. Knows what the paper is about. Sorry, I don't know anything. I'm a fucking idiot. And it's simple. They can't prove you know anything about the case. And just because they think you do, or even if they have evidence, they still can't make you accept the service.
Right.
What if you write not applicable on a document and sign it?
I wouldn't even do that. You're not going to hand me a document and have me sign it anymore unless I get to read it and know that it's to my benefit. And if it's not,
I had a document come to me and I didn't sign it. What I did is I scratched along the words, initialed was beside the paragraphs, and said not applicable on the paragraphs that I scratched out.
Yeah, I generally keep everything in the envelope sealed.
Yeah. Okay.
It sits in my file drawer here.
I'm learning.
That way, anyone that wants to prove that they're trying to act in a contractual way, I've got the Postal Service with an unopened envelope, as you're the one that acted as process server in this situation, right? Yeah, and see, there's no receiver, right? Because it was never opened, right?
Okay.
I don't know the people on this envelope. I don't have a contract with them. How are they posing that they have a contract through you? I think I want to talk to your contract appeals board.
Good. Okay. Right.
Mail in certain instances. And recently, after the pandemic, they created a whole new judicial council form, P.I.G.S.C.U.N.T.S, for electronic service when parties have agreed to electronic service.
And that's, again, through the mail.
To serve. You have the personal service, which you just experienced. We serve somebody at home. We subserve to a law firm's agent of service for a client. That's allowed. Subservice is when you get anybody over the age of 18 at home who accepts service and knows what the papers are about and will give them to the party involved. You can also serve by mail in certain instances. And recently, after the pandemic, they created a whole new judicial council form, P.O.S.050, for electronic.
P.O.S. form 050. P.O.S. form 050. And this is it's proof of electronic service. I'm at least 18 years of old. My residence or business address is. See, in all cases, you have to admit you're a resident, which is false. You are not a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent who has been deemed necessary by the board for their receivership. So even if you do receive it and you do play along that, yeah, I know all about that case. No, you don't. You don't know the base foundation, and I can tell you you don't because you're saying you're a resident, and I can prove you're not.
Service when parties have agreed.
Do you hire out for services,
So I
though,
can't
Carol?
really do in that.
I do not. I do everything for free.
Good for you.
And since I'll call the party and say, hey, look, you want to save gas and trees and stuff? Can I just email this over to you and you send back the words, I've accepted service? And then
I do have a PayPal link down in the details section if anyone does care to share any love. All is appreciated. I greatly appreciate everything because I do need it. But until there's a better means, I do with what I got, with what I've got. I'm a simple, humble man. I don't need a yacht. I don't need all that stuff. I've got the basic simples.
No, I'm just thinking of the amount of people you could help. Like, wow.
Oh yeah, but see, the problem is, you know, and today I've got to. I want to thank everybody for joining me. I got 16 people in chat, which is amazing because normally I've only got 4 or 5. You know, and that's how hard it is trying to get this information out. People don't want this information.
It's very complicated.
Well, they want to believe that it's more comfortable and convenient for them to just accept the government's benefit when it's not a benefit. It works against you in every aspect of your life, and it's detrimental 10 times tenfold to your children. Every generation is getting worse.
attach that email to that proof of service and file it with the court. But do know there are certain things like subpoenas and certain other documents that have to be personally served. It can't be sub-served. It can't be left anywhere. It can't be posted for them to be held accountable. Subpoenas being the biggest one, because if you're being subpoenaed.
And that's the big one. See, I don't want to, if I'm going to serve anything anymore, it's going to be a subpoena pulling forth the record. See, that's the error, the record. I don't need to enter more information. I need to pull the information that's there and show where the errors are. Resident, oops, I'm sorry. Since I've educated myself, guess what? Every document that I put down that I'm a resident is an error. Every last one, because I've never been an officer or an agent. I've never had a valid contract because I didn't know that's actually what was going on. If I had, I wouldn't be dealing with the Article 1 courts. I'd be dealing with the postal court contract appeals.
Into court, or you're being subpoenaed to give up documents, they want to know that the person who is supposed to give up those documents was handed that document.
And so once you're involved in a lawsuit, then there's other kinds of service, serving of motions. And if you have an attorney, then your attorney can agree to accept service so that you're not being bugged with constant motions being filed and that kind of thing.
Right. Decent people in the legal field, the attorney will call people, hey, I got this new thing, send it over, and they do it between the lawyers, which is very nice. But every now and then you get that disgruntled person who's been in court a few times, really doesn't want to deal with it, and they just make it a chore.
Yeah, it's a chore. You're going to have to serve me. And in order to serve me, you're going to have to prove I'm a receiver. That's one thing they can't do. That's why they hate having to serve me. Understand that, folks. If there is no diplomatic channel of notice, then there's nothing going on. That's why the P.O. box is so important. The postmaster acts as the trustee.
So unless you're an officer, you can't accept documents, legal documents?
Yeah, you shouldn't be accepting them. That's when you accept those documents, what you're doing is you're placating that you're a resident and you have a business, and that you're allowed to receive through a board of directors who is the only one that can hire an attorney to represent you in those courts.
And I have no attorney, so they have no one as a receiver to give it to.
Right. And you have no board of directors.
Yes.
You're not a business. See, a single man cannot hire an attorney for representation. A single man can hire an attorney for counsel to seek advice and show him the law, but he cannot hire him for representation. The representation is for a corporate entity. Article 3 courts are for man.
Yeah, that's why when you want to go in and not have an attorney, oh, you want to be pro se, you want to represent. I said, no, I did not say that, Dave up there on the bench. I said, I'm here to settle this today. Let's see the accounting. Let's see the record. Who's got the claim? No, represent yourself.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm not going to represent myself, as myself was already pre-sent.
To serve.
So Santa Clara County just recently passed a local rule that said attorneys have to accept electronic service, but parties who are self-represented, which are 75% of litigants in family court, they have to agree to accept service.
And that's family court. Family court again. Oops, somehow I lost my screen share. Family courts are not legitimate. They are not legitimate courts. Family courts should never be around for family. Okay? Again, if you have problems with family, two things. Article 3 courts in all situations against a man. And when it comes to family affairs where some children might need to be adopted out temporarily or fostered out temporarily because mom or dad or both have drug problems or alcohol problems or something like that, and they need to take care of themselves first before they can take care of children, the children can be fostered out to family, not some fucking state actor under a foster care paycheck. Okay? This is why I'm so vehement about this. These kind of activities tear up the family foundation, and you're not supposed to be fucking with family.
Today we were serving a federal lawsuit, and there are definitely rules about personal service. So this was for Father in Exile's case, and he was having difficulties serving the local Santa Clara County Bar Association and Miss Sherry Diamond, who is the CEO of the Bar Association. And so you had to go personally serve them. And it was interesting to me that Miss Diamond, who is a licensed attorney and in charge of the bar, wasn't aware of that she could have given consent so that we didn't have to go to her house.
I don't know that she doesn't know of the consent, but I informed them of it in case they don't. I didn't know until you told me just now that she was actually a lawyer.
Oh, okay. Yep,
So,
she is.
That's why, in general, I explain these procedures to people so that I don't have to come out to their house. I mean, right now we're at a decent hour because we serve the one law firm during business hours. But generally, as you know, when you work with me, we go out in the evenings when people are home. And, you take them away from the dinner table. You take them away from the ball game. They have to answer the door, and they don't like that you saw them through the window. Or you felt their car like we did here. And I know you're home, and I'm not going to stop knocking on your door until you bring your butt to the door and accept your papers.
And you and I have been together long enough that we've been serving the average person and attorneys. And you made a comment about some of the attorneys you thought were more difficult. And you want to go over that again?
Counsel, don't care what county it is. They think they're gods and they walk on water. I mean, in another case, we recently found out that the head attorney for Sonoma County, he retired miraculously 5 years early. No, he was fired because he got sued for public corruption. He was actually using the legal services of county counsel's office to fight his own lawsuits.
And that really has surprised me. That's Robert Pittman. And I just did a public.
Yeah. See, if I got caught using the county funds for my legal services, I'd be put up in prison for fraud. See, that's not corruption. That's fraud. That's criminal.
Well, I'd call it terrorism, actually, according to their domestic terrorism.
Well, it's certainly at the most minimal level fraud, because that is most definitely taxpayer funds. And again, we've talked about how they amp up the overtime salaries and this for the police force and do all these nice extravagant gift trips and all that. It's all corruption, as they call it, but every last one of those individual acts is actually criminal.
Records request on that, and that's your case, the one that the audit did, and
2 million views.
And the one that I did where we showed you going to serve Mr. Pittman documents. You were doing your
go check him out too. The audit
Yeah.
on YouTube. A lot of these, a lot of First Amendment channels available now today, and I urge everybody go check them out. Each of them's got their own little style, but you're going to hear a lot of the same shit reiterated over and over again. Another guy, Southern Drawl Law. He was an attorney. He's done at the end of the year, but he's going to remain on YouTube. And one of his specific statements is that he was astounded by the information that he's learned on YouTube, despite his legal career and his legal education, and finding out that the people are in fact right. And thank God that he's no longer doing that. He's actually been on our side all the way through. Those are the kind of people we're looking for, people that are not going to stand by and let the evil happen. They're good people. And when they enter the arena and they find out they can no longer do the job and it's going to be career suicide if they speak out, quit. Quit. Go ahead and commit that career suicide. End your job, because it is more important. I appreciate those kind of people so much better, and I have so much more faith in people like that. People that have seen the other side and are willing to admit it, speak out on it. And it doesn't take lawyers and cops. I've never been on that side, but I have been a businessman. I know how business works, and this is not business. This is criminal.
Job, and he had you.
Go ahead. Yeah, you got something?
You could really make a business out of dismantling the legal system on them.
Oh yeah, that's but see, the thing is that once you dismantle it, then it can no longer be a business because it's been dismantled, right?
Yeah, so it would be a limited business, yeah, unless the legal system continued on, right? The idea is to dismantle it, but I'm sure it will carry on for as is for a long time, trying to use these legal representations and fallacies to trap people.
Yeah, and it's definitely, the information is definitely getting out there, and it is getting better known. And like I said, we've got a lot more First Amendment auditors out there today than we did 10 years ago when people essentially first started.
Somebody needs to take this to marketing and actually make a viable business out of it.
Well, that's what the First Amendment auditors are doing. That's where it's at. But again, the remaining business aspect of First Amendment auditors, once people are awake, is then going to be the education of the minors, the children, because those are the ones that are imperative to teach. But you got to teach the adults first that are teaching their children or sending their children off to these public education centers. We got to get the adult community involved first. And like I said, it's nice to see these kind of adults out there, Mark and Sarah, and Southern Drawl Law. There are a few out there that are we're seeing them change and entering into the forum of the people for once.
Arrested at his home when he claimed that he was working remotely. And it is shocking to me that the county is now defending him and his partner and their personal trust.
Actually, the trust was nixed out as a person. They cut that out.
Okay, so
it's down to Mr. Pittman, his partner, Gregory Jenkins, his husband. And because of pattern and practice of Sonoma County allowing him to use his office to represent him in personal matters, Sonoma County got theirself a seat at the table, because the county shouldn't be paying for a lawsuit of a lawyer that makes $420,000 a year and doesn't understand that a process server has an exemption under the trespassing law. You go into the property, you go to serve, when you're done, you leave. Now, they tried to say because I sat and waited for the police to show up that I had violated the standard and actually trespassed. But as you've seen in Ms. Bassey's videos before, When I went up to the house, I felt the front of the pickup truck and it was completely hot. They had just gotten home and they weren't answering the door. And I really don't feel like going back out to your house a second time. I'm not being invited for dinner or fun. I'm out here to serve you papers. And because there was litigation in which Mr. Pittman was involved in with me, he took it out on me and chose to put his boot on my neck.
And
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Again, public service is a public trust. And if you have a requirement to be served, you can't use these nanny bullshit games. You man up and you answer the fucking door and you take your goddamn service.
just like county council
That's both accountability and transparency.
representing divorce attorney Nicole Ford in a civil harassment, when the government is paying to beat down and assist attorneys, that just feels more nefarious than normal. These attorneys make enough money, they can pay for their own litigation. And it is really shocking when taxpayers pay.
Absolutely. These attorneys make all kinds of money. They're raping the public coffer that you pay taxes for, your local counties. That's your taxes, and they're pilfering that along with the fact that they are using the actual public funds rather than their own salary, with their which is already a pilfering of those funds. They're saying, no, that's not enough pilfering. We're going to do it more by not paying for our lawsuit and have the county pay for it. See, that's just fraud on the back of fraud.
Attorneys for that. I'm reading these comments and somebody said, is it normal for attorneys to serve papers with an Uber driver? 101 Lightstar 01 said that. I've never heard of that. Did someone know of that happening? Because first of all, I guess you could have an Uber driver, they deliver papers, and
anybody over the age of 18, not a party to the action, can serve papers.
So let's
bingo. You guys understand that? You can call Uber up and have them deliver, just like Uber Eats, just like a store delivering food products or store products. You can have them deliver your documents.
Yeah, you don't need a license or any, or like this, even though he's got the you don't need it. Your mother can do it.
Third party, non-interested. What is more non-interested than an Uber driver that doesn't have any idea what's in the document? The receiver is the one that's supposed to know what's in the document, not the process server.
talk about the difference between a licensed
He can know what's in it if he wants, if it's part of the process, but he doesn't have to.
process server and Joe Blow serving.
The biggest difference is with restraining orders. Okay, we have a lot of those in California, whether they be civil harassment, domestic violence, or elder abuse. A restraining order has to be served personally. And I'll give you a process serving story I did once. I went to this house. I was supposed to serve this young man. The young man wasn't home. His mother was. His mother come down. She talked to him. She's very nice. She gets him on the phone. I can see his picture. I can hear his voice. He's identified himself to his mother. And she says, there's a man here. He has some papers for you. I explained to him they're a restraining order. Do not contact this party. Do you accept service? And he said, yes, I do. Please leave it with my mother. I handed it to the mother and I left. What did moron do? Called the girl 12 times in a row to curse her out for having a restraining order, which is 12 counts of contempt at 5 days apiece. The difference was because I didn't hand it to him, the officer wouldn't arrest. And it's also the same thing when you have a private party. Unless they generally have a picture or video of the person with the papers in hand, they won't arrest on a service with a private individual. I'm bonded. I pay for a bond every 2 years. I go through a DOJ background check, fingerprints with the FBI, and then I'm allowed to serve another 2 years. And I've been doing this 18 years now, so I've been through that 9 times.
18 years backed by the DOJ. 18 years backed by the DOJ. Not bad, huh? Greetings, Rick.
Yeah, but Keith, isn't it also true that really the only man or woman that can be served is if you're an agent for service of process? So it proves that it's all commercial. It's all contract law. So this man, I'm not the agent for who are you looking for? What are you looking for? I'm not the agent of that.
Right, that's what I was saying. You have to be a receiver. And in order to be a receiver, it has to be a corporate entity.
Yeah.
So First of all, I want to make sure everybody can hear Mark okay, because we're outside. I'm, again, having mic problems. There was one little airplane, but we're going to try to work through the airplanes. Puppy's standing by, but she got cuffed up, so she's not very happy about that right now. And I want to be able to answer your questions about process serving, because usually when I do videos with Mark, I'm doing the video after the fact and I'm explaining, and a lot of people have a lot of questions about process serving. So just to confirm what you just said, that man, if he had taken personal service, he might have been up for 12 counts of contempt.
He would have been arrested for the violation. As a matter of fact, I went there the next day at 4 o'clock in the morning, woke the whole house up, made his mother drag him out of bed, and took a picture of him with the papers in his hand and sent it to the officer. And again, informed him, do not contact the party. You might go to jail if you do. And the law firm at that point took over.
So I think it's really important that a lot of people don't understand, because these restraining orders, that's what I was covering this morning, is San Jose City Council member Peter Ortiz got a restraining order against a little Instagram creator, Eastside San Jose Times. So I was there to get records, but restraining orders are really being misused, because there are people that truly need protection because somebody is unhinged.
Matthew 18, verses 15 through 17, and actually it's 15 through 20 if you read the whole thing. It talks about two or more witnesses in my name. But Matthew 18, verse 15, if you have aught with your brother, go to him in private. If he hears you, you have gained your brother. See, this is public. This is all public. This has nothing to do with controversy. It's all business. It's contract. That's why they come to you in public. There's some kind of hidden contract somewhere, implied contract. And that's that resident. Look up resident under your local statutes, your local state statutes. Put in whatever state you're in. Put in Florida statutes, definition resident. Texas statute, definition resident.
It ties into
tell you.
It ties into the quote Indians being on the reservation. It's residue. It's leftover. It's a residue.
Yep.
Decedent to state.
Yep.
As a proclivity to be abusive or whatever. But we're finding more and more of these public officials and everyday people just not wanting to deal with somebody, even attorneys filing these civil harassment. And I had an attorney that I went to ask for comment, Jeff Blum, who's a private judge, and he threatened me with a civil harassment for going and covering and asking for comment.
Sonoma County just had one of those. I trained a young lady from up in Cloverdale. Her name is Jordana Adago, and helped her get her badge, helped her get her, background and everything through. And she's an official process server. And she was tasked with serving Judge Brown.
Maybe that's what I should do. Max, you talked about, what can people do rather than monetizing First Amendment audit channel. Well, you could be process server and doing your First Amendment audits at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm not a First Amendment auditor. I'm in fact a service process server, and I'm just making sure I catch everything in my journal as required.
Roderick out of Sonoma County. And like I've said to many people, the way you serve a judge is you go down to the court, you make sure they're in the courtroom, you walk over to their judicial assistant's door, you knock on the door, and you hand them the papers and say, this is for the judge. I see he's on the bench, he's been served. Ms. Hidalgo did.
And a lot of times your judicial assistant in those cases are going to be the clerk.
Yeah, actually, the clerk is the banker. You don't even have to walk into a court. Putting papers in, there's no law in any state that says you have to go into that courtroom for all that seance. Not a single one.
So when it comes to the mayor, you have the council and then the clerk. So you have the city mayor, the city council, which is the city attorney, and the city clerk. At the county, you've got the county board of commissioners, the corporate entity that hires the attorney, the DA, and the city clerk. It's a tax commission. It's a tax court. All commerce.
Did this, but apparently the judge never replied to the papers. So the person who's paying her said, look, until you put it in his hand, I ain't paying you because there's no proof that he got served. He didn't answer. We don't know that he was served. So He, in turn, she tracked him down. As a matter of fact, she waited outside the courthouse. I believe it was set till almost 8 o'clock at night till he came out. She went up and handed it to him. And he went and filed harassment charges on her because she went the extra mile to get him served personally, since he didn't answer the first time he was served. And
It's not harassment. That is trying to skip out on what, folks? Transparency and accountability.
I don't know why they weren't able to verify that he was served at the courthouse, but, you know, here's a judge who, it's a lawsuit.
Yeah, and me either. Because when you've got evidence that you served the agent, notice to agent is notice to principal.
But wait, they're missing one thing. Here's the one thing the courts don't like. They claim that there's only two types of cases: CR for criminal and CV for civil. Oh no, there's no law that says we can go to Article 3, we can go to common law, we can go to natural law. But they're going to pretend that it's either CR or CV. I see somebody saying go after them under Title 42. No, you don't. That's public health and welfare. Why would you use that?
So I don't know what I did here. Let me get back.
But is that correct, Keith, that it doesn't have to be only CR or CV? There is common law?
Oh, yeah, definitely common law. But the problem here is that in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, rule number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
One course of action, civil.
One form of action. There is one form of action, the civil action.
But that's Roman stuff. That's still not natural law or common law. It's Roman.
Give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Give unto the Father what belongs to the Father. Spiritual, manual. When we think of manual, we're thinking of papers, documents. That's the civil action. A man is bound by his word, and he can accuse his neighbor of raping his daughter simply by saying it.
Trying to find something similar in Canadian law for residents. All I can get to is ordinary residents, which they actually, this is what they say. What does the term ordinary residence mean in the context of? The only thing they can use is A, common law. Ordinary residence is not a phrase capable of precise definition. At its simplest level, ordinary residence connotes something more than mere temporary presence in a place. It refers to the place in which a person's lifestyle is centered and to which the person is regularly returned if his or her presence is not continuous.
Right, and that's the natural presence of born on the land. That's your lifestyle. You're supposed to live according to your nature. That's the lifestyle.
So that has nothing to do with a specific place, really.
Correct.
Because it could be a group of places, many places.
Yep.
It could be the so-called planet Earth. Let's not talk about the shape of it, but whatever.
Yeah.
It could be a hemisphere.
The land.
It could be a continent.
The land.
It could be a sailboat. It could be a sailboat. You could live You want to do Admiralty law? Okay, I'm going to go live on a boat.
Hey, you know, the funny thing is down in Florida, they're trying to tax boaters for property tax that don't have any land.
Clearwater, let me guess, right?
I can't remember, but yeah, they're trying to tax people that live on their boats on the water. Can't do that, folks. Tax is the land. Tax is a land thing. Commerce on the land.
What if you're a captain?
Get you in person.
What if you have a license?
You don't need a license.
It's that thing about walking on water with the Christian scriptures. You walk on water by carrying the same faith that you have on the land. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is whose? Mine. Goodness gracious, isn't the water his too?
Well, the the captain's license deals with commerce mostly.
Right.
Hey,
So
briefly before we go into this, let's say Keith, the man, did do something to me, Eric, like something really, and I went to you in the private, and you was like, "Fuck off! I didn't do it. Get out of here." You know, you can't prove it. So I would say what I would do is look for arbitration, as opposed to these administrative trust assholes in black dresses. So how would I serve you? Like, okay, Keith doesn't want to talk to me. So I'm going to get maybe the other neighbor to like, okay, hey, Keith, you know, Eric, okay, just he's inviting you to arbitration. I mean, how would I serve you? Let's go to arbitration or something.
well, that's what the next verse says in Matthew's 18:15 or 18:16. If he doesn't hear you, go to your neighbor. Not, he doesn't literally use neighbor, but it says, go to someone else.
Right.
And if he doesn't hear you again, then you go to the public court.
Okay, yeah, that's about right.
Okay. I serve Judge Rene Shuto. Some people are Judge Shuto in Santa Rosa. I've known him for years. I used to share an office with his son. I know his daughter-in-law. I know their kids. He came out when I went to his home, and he said, Mr. Andrews, I want you to, for future reference, I want you to serve me in Department 16. Anything you have for me, the clerk there will take it for me in personal service. I do not want my addresses in these documents. And I said, yes, sir, I will do that from now on. And to this day, if there's anything for Judge Shuto, I bring it to Department 16, it gets served.
I do not want my address in these documents. That sounds fair.
Same thing with us in the
Let me, I wanted to switch screens
But
here. Show you what Matthew 18 verse. Go ahead.
Here's the other problem, though, with these public officials, because they're fine with sending their jackboots into our private abodes and trespassing and kicking our door in. But if I want to go after the man, I don't want to go after the office. I don't want to go after Judge Michael T. Thomas. I want to go after Mike. Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, that's where you go to the. That's where you go to the insurance. You go to their risk management. Okay, this is what I've got. Now I understand he's a trustee, and his principal, he's the agent for a principal, and the principal is this guy, the mayor. He's a city cop, and the mayor is his principal. He's acting as a trustee. You're the mitigator, the risk management, because this is what I've got. Now I can take care of it with you by having you talk to him about the mitigation problem you see with being able to bond him any further, put his job at risk. Matthew 18, verse 15. Moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his fault between thee and him alone, in private. If he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother. But if he will not hear thee, then take with thee one or two more, that in the mouth of two or three witnesses every word may be established. That's what Eric was talking about. Go to the neighbor and say, hey, can you come over and talk to the guy in between us with me for a bit? See if we can get him to, understand the reason here, the reason and logic. And it says, 17, and if he shall neglect to hear them, tell it unto the church, the public people at large, your community. But if he neglect to hear the church, let him be unto thee as an heathen man and a publican, one that doesn't follow the Christianity. Verily I say unto you, whatsoever ye shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatsoever ye shall loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Again, I say unto you, that if two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. For where two or three are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. So enough of the biblical preaching today. I do have to take a break real quick, though. Go get a drink and get a restroom break. Everybody, please enjoy while I take this short break. I'll be right back. Got to figure out what I'm doing here.
I am accounted for, my name's been read, written in the ledger where the lamb was led. Did not the body, did not the blood, pay every debt in the flood of love. So tell me now, what's left to owe? When mercy calls, I can't say no. Are we too old? No man anything. Just grace erase what the law might bring. If love's the all, then love fulfills all that binds all their wills. Silver spend, the temples fall, but the heart still whispers through it all. Render to God what is divine, and what remains is only mine. So tell me now, what's mine to keep when every truth cuts dark and deep? Are we all knowing anything? Does the blood absolve the suffering? If love's the law, then I am free. But is that law the law of me? If I am bought, I am not sold. If I am dust, I still am gold. The measure's met, the balance true. No doubt remains, save love for you. Are we to owe no man anything? Did not the Christ pay everything? The law fulfilled, the veil torn through. Now the law of me is loving you.
Okay, we're going to get back into it. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Get this out there. There's a PayPal link down below for anybody who wants to share some love. All is appreciated. And let's get into it.
Sonoma County, after this whole incident with Mr. Pittman, it is now a rule that I am to come to county counsel's office to serve any employee of Sonoma County personally. They will accept service. And when you were there doing your last video in Sonoma County, they didn't have the little TV out front. You were able to walk into the office, talk to the secretary through the window, and somebody would come out if they were going to talk to you. They now locked that door and put a little TV out with a camera. And if they don't want to talk to you, you just stand there. So what did I do? I said, okay, Mr. King, you told me if I had to serve an employee, come on here. You're not answering. I'm going to the employee's home. And by the time I made it out to the sidewalk, he had run out of the building, given me 2 other phone numbers to make sure I could get a hold of him, and took service of those 2 parties personally.
Okay, Johnny Bravo,
So again, we have a point where a point of contention that every turn you give them an option or an opportunity to remedy, and they say, okay, we're going to start accepting service like that. And then all of a sudden they change the game again. That's what these people do. That's the only thing they're trying to do is get away from the accountability, because if you hold their balls to the fire, they're going to lose their job. It is career suicide for many of these people, and they just don't give a fuck. Okay. And when it comes to, so is there a process of discharge that can be handled by courts? Understand again, they're Article 1 courts. Every charge brought against a man is a false charge and is, in fact, if you could prove it, fraud. These people are supposed to know these laws. They're not supposed to be doing this.
Well, wait, can I just interject on that? Can I just slightly interject?
Go ahead.
Because they don't like, because in their system, fraud is technically not illegal. So actually what it is, what you would say is constructive fraud. That's like what constructive fraud.
Right. It constructive
And actually
fraud,
what
real quick, folks. Constructive fraud would be like intentional fraud. So, because you got a pattern, a logical process showing that one person got together with another person or this or that, and they somewhere along the way things were not done correctly, and they knew it.
Yeah, they fudge the
Go ahead.
paperwork, they fake signatures, they check boxes that you never agreed to. They create a trust account. That's what a charge is. It's public controversy.
Yeah, we were just talking with my wife about the person, right? You know, resident person. You know, the label, the all caps label, even the one you sign or use. That's not really you. You know, you could probably, you know, I would say I am that I am.
Yes, exactly. Listen, you don't have a name. Go back to Genesis. Okay, according to this Yahweh, which okay, was that God or the Most High? I beg to differ, but he brings all these species into the Garden of Eden, and he's like, "Hey, Adam, well, name them because a name and calling is not one and the same." I'm called a lot of things. I'm called dad, son, dickhead. I have Chinese callings, whatever. So you don't have a name. And you know
Correct.
what? Like, I'm usually called Eric. That's commonly what I'm mostly known about. Well, do I have exclusive rights to that? Did I copyright it and trademark it? Can I go? Well, you're using Eric. I'm going to sue you. No, can't do that. So it's not my name. I don't have a name.
No,
Nobody has a name.
You know, one of the funny things I like to express about this fictional thing in the name. Let's talk about Samuel Clemens, which was first person. And then we've got Mark Twain, which was the second person, his writing character, his pen name. And then we have Tom Sawyer. Okay. Many people think of Tom Sawyer as a fictional character. Did you know that Kansas senator's name is Tom Sawyer? Do you know how many people we've had in the political arena named Tom Sawyer? So the name itself, like I expressed earlier, is in different elements. And when I expressed my five line address format, there was no last name. That's first person in every situation, no matter what that name is. That's the name. It's not yours. It's just what people call you.
Search Agatha Christie. You'll go on Wikipedia. She's got like 8 different names. Agatha Christie, one of the most famous writers. She's like 8 different names. Okay,
yeah, I've got 30. I've got 30 profiles. Yeah, I've got 30 profiles. Right? I've got 30 profiles here on YouTube. Same thing. All different names. Right. Go ahead and tell them about SAG.
Yeah, but it's not even a name because that's just what people call you.
SAG right? card. That's a Screen Actors Guild. So Tom Cruise, Madonna, all these, and I swear to God, all these judges and your local cops, officer this. It is so bad in America, they're not even using their real legal names as public servants.
Correct.
I suppose they could be called human.
You know, there's many people that have 2 or 3 passports in different names. So that should tell you something.
A big case just came out. A friend of mine just won it this summer, July. You do not need a social security or birth certificate to be issued a passport, which is not yours. It's just to use in this effed up world of fake borders. But guess what? This is huge. You do not need a birth certificate. It's just something you use for convenience and consistency for me, like because I travel around the world and cross fake borders. but it's not yours. It's just the world we live in. It's something I use. Here, are you happy, dumb Vietnam cop, immigration officer, Mexico, whatever?
And Federal Reserve came out August 25th with a new instruction across the board. Every financial institution regulated through the Federal Reserve, which is every United States bank and credit union, because it's a central banking system and there is no national currency. They have a customer identification exemption program, not required to get customers' identification. So the thing is that they don't have to take that exemption because it's the bank's exemption. So the thing is that in order to get an ID, what do you present, Eric? A birth certificate, social security card. So if the bank needs ID and the DMV is allowed to accept that, should not the bank be allowed to accept that?
Wait, Keith, why do we call it ID when it's blatantly, just read Carl Jung, the id? It's an id. And anybody who's read anything like that, the id, it's the persona, the fiction, the actor, the character.
Yeah.
Well, the
id.
Well, the id is when it comes to identity, the ID, id entity, which is what they're talking about. It's a personification. And that personification in a legal name says that you did not use your instinctual drive, id, ID, id. That is the id. It is your instinctual drive. And when you're a child, your mom and dad start indoctrinating you into the English language, and that is not id. Instinctual drive should be teaching you how to live with your nature. Instead, they're teaching you a personification through an identification, id entity.
Seen a couple comments. I thought it was my microphones that I've been struggling with, but somebody said that Mark's voice is very low in this. I've moved a little.
And the id entity, when it comes to the instinctual drive, that is your emotional side. Your emotions is what drives your instincts. Okay? So when it comes to the personification, they're personifying emotions. Not
Which I would say,
not the
which
actual
I would say is
ego.
the soul. I would say that's the soul, which belongs to the world, but the spirit, that's eternal, whatever you want to call it. But James Brown, I'm a soul man, soul food. So they've been confusing this. They think, oh, your soul goes to heaven. No, the soul belongs here. That's
right.
Your but your spirit, that's the not
your soul
male, not female.
My soul is rooted in my foot, you know.
Yeah, your soul is the connection between the heaven and the earth. That's your soul. The spirit, spiritual, the earth, manual, in between the soul. So you have the man when he took in the first breath of life in his nostrils, man became a living soul. It became a connection from the manual existence to the spiritual existence, and it's evidenced physically in a material world.
Closer to him. And I just need to hear from you guys if the sound is okay and you're hearing what Mark is saying, because it's really important information about process serving.
Do I need to enunciate to the back row?
Well, Father in Exile says he can hear fine. So I hope the sound is good because this is really important information. And I want to go over, right now I'm following 3 federal cases. Okay. Yours with Mr. Pittman, because that's now, your case with Mr. Pittman moved to federal court after he moved out of the area. Is that correct?
After he moved out of the area and lost the anti-SLAPP.
So just so you guys know, we talked about that earlier this week.
It got him so bad he moved out of his own fucking area. That's rich.
That's what the cops do.
And
they get busted in one thing and they move a state or county over.
They're just visitors, eh?
Yeah, claiming residence, permanent residency, and then they move.
Anti-SLAPPs are motions that individuals file. It's actually considered a lawsuit, but it's something that somebody files on somebody else's lawsuit to say, no, that was protected.
Do what?
What's the legal status of a visitor? Because I just consider myself a visitor in a strange land.
Look up sojourner. It's in the Bible, sojourner.
Yeah, sojourner. A stranger and sojourner with me.
Speech.
Soul journey. Sojourn.
or
No.
litigation privilege, and you have no right to sue me. And if the judge grants that, your case is thrown out. So your case survived that. In the case that I'm covering with San Jose City Council member Peter Ortiz, he lost his he filed a civil harassment order against a little social media creator at Eastside San Jose Times, and it got slapped. They filed a slap on that lawsuit. It was granted, and now they are appealing it. So just so everybody knows, not only can you file the appeal, the slap, but either party can appeal the denial or the granting of a slap, which slows the litigation down because there's no discovery during that time and everything else. So
that has to be finalized before anything moves forward. And
you got to.
Can I?
That first step in anything is discovery, particularly when it's the responsibility of the DA to do what's called a pre-investigation. That's what they fail. They just go on assumption that the officer gave them good information. They're assuming you know that you're a resident and you aren't. All kinds of things. See, go ahead, Eric.
Well, I love Susan as well, and she's doing a lot of great work, but she's talking about a lawsuit. I made these mistakes. I called myself flesh and blood man and all this because I'm not now. I'm not even a man. But anyway, you make demands. You make demands, and you give them. I want the accounting. Give me the FOIA. I want every document, every order, every motions are monetized. By the way, every time you put something, a judge or you're feeding the system with these what do they call it, captions, and I don't do that. I just read them and I demand this and that.
You guys made me look up another definition. I looked up visitor. Again, the term visitor does not have a single universal legal definition in Ontario statute. Rather, meaning depends on a specific context of the legislation or policy in which it is used. Common context.
You guys are worse because you guys have provinces as opposed to states. Look up the adjective provincial. It's a French thing. It means you're the serfs. You're provincial. It's not a good thing to be an adjective called provincial.
No, there's no specific.
Well, and
definition. No.
Right, and when it comes to that, man became a living soul. So man is a noun. Living soul is a noun phrase. So the noun phrase indicates verbal action. That's what living is. It's a verbal action attached to the noun living soul. Soul is a noun. So you have a verb attached to a noun that makes it a verb phrase. Where you have a noun by itself, whether it be a conjunctive noun like a legal name where it's Keith Little, that's a noun. That's a descriptor only. It says nothing about the action. Actions speak louder than words. A person is only the words. The action it's got to be expressed in a noun or verb phrase.
You started dancing on the tables because the judge ruled in there that Robert Pittman had acted in his personal capacity when he signed the citizen's arrest warrant. It was clear from the police video that the police officer had no probable cause and was not going to do an arrest. He says as much when he walks me up to the car after the service was affected.
So, and then the other things that we're learning about federal court is about Rule 11. And you got served with the Rule 11 recently in that case, or?
Yeah, the one they filed for sanctions. And they keep trying to claim that because he was apparently talking to somebody at the...
Yeah, and see, Rule 11 is, like he said, for sanctions. And again, that's indicating commerce. Okay? Remember what they did to Cuba. They sanctioned Cuba. And in sanctioning Cuba, they cut off commerce.
See, I screwed up with my federal case because I was presenting myself and I made the mistake when the judge says, well, do you consent to follow the FRC, the criminal one? And I said, yes. So that's why I messed up 5 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. As it comes to federal rules of civil procedure, federal rules of criminal evidence. Let me see. Let me pull it up. Federal rules.
But wait, my question, pull it up, but whoever's listening, am I federal? Am I an attorney? That's not for me. Those rules are not for me. That's their.
Well, hold on. Let me show you something, though. Because in the Federal Rules of Criminal Evidence, we have Rule 803, which is exceptions to the rule against hearsay. Exceptions to the rule against hearsay. So there's an exception saying that you can use hearsay. Let's take a look at a couple of them. Number 2, excited utterance. There's a word for you. Utterance. What does that say as a definition in the King James Version of the Bible, Max? Look that one up. Utterance. Definition. King James Concordance. Says, a statement relating to a startling event or condition made while the declarant was under the stress of excitement that it caused. Hallelujah. I am an innocent man. Oh, let's take a look at 16. 16 says, statements in ancient documents. A statement in a document that was prepared before January 1st, 1998, and whose authenticity is established. Let's again look at the King James Version of the Bible. Oh, no man anything but to love one another. For to love one another is to fulfill the law. What is your evidence that I have not loved you? This is why those courts do not want me in there. Yep. I will destroy every word they try to use. Because every last one of it comes from the scriptures. This country's constitution was founded on those scriptures.
Spoken declaration often carrying the weight of divine inspiration or prophetic authority.
Divine inspiration or prophetic authority. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou came forth from the mother's womb, I sanctified thee and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations, not as nations or as nationals, but unto the nations. Prophet, sanction, ordinance, ordained. They're using ordinances to sanction your profiting of the divine inspiration before I formed thee in the belly, when he wrote the word of love on your heart with the index finger of his right hand, according to those scriptures.
On the phone at home at the time, he thinks that grandfathers him in that he was acting as county counsel at the moment. And even though the court has ruled against him in the anti-SLAPP and said, no, you were in your private capacity, he still continues to send us letters on county counsel letterhead and have county counsel represent him in the lawsuit.
Which is shocking. And taxpayers are paying for that. So taxpayers are paying for a county counsel. And I remember looking up his salary. He made like over $400,000 a year or something like that. And so they were already paying him that salary. He had that beautiful house where he lived in Sonoma, and he had you arrested. It's in his personal capacity. And now taxpayers are paying for the lawsuit for his wrongdoing. And
he makes $400,000 a year.
Jeez.
And he's gonna use his cronyism to effectively put the man in jail for following the law while he's trying to avoid transparency and accountability. Great use of your tax dollars, huh, folks?
And so Mark is very fortunate to have an attorney that is dealing with that. But Rule 11 is similar to in state court. They have 128.5 and 7, and that's where you can sanction an attorney and their client for bringing a meritless lawsuit, filing frivolous motions. And so Rule 11 is similar to that, correct?
Yes.
And so the court still has to rule on your Rule 11 on that?
Yes, we have until the 24th of this month to reply, and then they'll get a last bite at the apple. And on December 15th, we're back in front of the Honorable Sally Kim, and we're going to see, where she goes with it.
So we're learning a lot. We have that. And then we also have a federal case that I'm following here in Santa Clara County, where 2 minors counsel, Nicole Ford, one of my least favorite attorneys in the entire state, BJ Fathom, and reunification therapist Marsha Clark have been sued, and we're following that process. It got thrown out on the first complaint, and most people don't understand that if your first complaint gets thrown out, what do you get to do?
You get an amended complaint.
You get to amend your complaint.
But hey, bringing back B.
Yeah, always understand that when you present something, they have to give you the opportunity for corrections. This is why the integrity of the record is so important, and why I no longer file documents. I go to the record. The
Wait,
record
do you complain or do you file claims based on records? Or do you complain like the piggies and the
I don't
DAs?
complain. I don't complain. I make a very valid claim, and I will chew balls off doing it. I was
Based
just on
on
the
trust
phone.
in estate law.
Yeah, I was just on the phone yesterday to Direct Express, the government account that they allow for senior citizens on Social Security and disability, so that they can have their funds direct to an account without having to go through a bank where credit collectors will come in and take your money. So it's technically a credit card, or debit card is what it's called. But it's technically a electronic funds transfer that doesn't allow for the fraud of the court to come after old people for credit collections when that's their life savings and they're trying to live out the rest of their days.
Sick.
So it's technically the same thing as my PayPal card. It's an electronic funds transfer card without a bank account. And everybody else sits there and says, well, how come I have to have a bank account attached to my PayPal? You don't. You did it the wrong way. I did it using somebody else's account to get the account established. In other words, somebody else hooked me up with a bank card from their bank and allowed me to use it for a transaction after I deposited money into his account for the transaction to solidify that there was a connection to the bank.
Then you deleted the bank.
Then once PayPal gave me the card, I deleted the bank, and I've been using the PayPal card ever since. And they're a holding company. Okay? They operate the same way as a bank. The holding company, however, just like the government Direct Express card and the people I explained to, I talked to the fraud department. They wanted to sit there, the regular call center wanted to sit there and argue with me. No, you're going to put me through your fucking fraud department. And when I finally got through to the fraud department, it's explained that, hey, listen, just because there's no bank account on here doesn't mean there's not a contract with somebody that's liable. You, as Direct Express, a government, has an account with both Primerica Bank for the account and MasterCard to issue a card. So there's already an account holder called Primerica Bank. There's already a card holder called MasterCard. You have taken a contract with both of them to offer my companion, who I'm a trustee of, and she's the benefactor. She's not only a benefactor through me, she's a benefactor through you. You too are a trustee. And as co-trustees in this situation, we have to hold each other accountable. That's all I'm doing, ma'am. That's all I'm doing. I'm holding you accountable to the laws that I know of. Would you like to learn any new laws that you may not be aware of? I'm glad to do the research with you. Do not believe me, folks. Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe your government. And for crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research so you know, so that when you have to confront these people, you can make your word your bond.
Fathom was somebody that I had fun with.
Oh, yeah. He called the police on you.
Yeah, remember, you didn't know they were coming, and what I was trying to do was get him to call the police. And when the police came, they opened the door. I saw them. The police went inside and talked. We talked outside, asked for the cards and things. And remember what the officer did when he came out of the house?
No.
He says, you're not serving him today. And if I remember right, I said, sir, your body cam is on. He's already served. I saw him at the door. I'm just being polite. And I walked over and I put the card on his brand new Camaro, to which he yelled out a PA system, don't touch my car.
His Ring camera. And
maybe BJ Fathom, if your person in your office had opened the damn door, I could have just handed them the papers and would have been done. Or had you opened the door? You know, you're a lawyer, right? You're supposed to be doing this judge thing and a lawyer thing. You know what a process server is. Open the door, take the papers, fight it in court.
So you were prepared for them calling the police. We got the police called on us in Los Gatos as well. So those videos are up. That was from about a year ago. The cases, the case that got served in Los Gatos, that was Hope Fenton and the lawyer, Los Gatos lawyer, Fred Gerbino, and he was really ducking service with us. And he also called the police on us, and he was hiding in his house. And, you know, it is always shocking to me that attorneys that make their living off process serving and everything else are hiding from process servers, like worse than any pro-per litigants that I've ever seen. But what bothered me most about B.J. Fathom was not him being a Karen calling the police. And by the way, B.J. Fathom is a former, before he transitioned, B.J. Fathom was a police officer too. So should have
6 cars for one process server.
Yeah, 6 cars. And what do we have, 2 or 3 in Los Gatos?
Well, about that.
But what's shocking to me about B.J. Fathom is he's also a private judge. And so you will recall, we first tried to serve him in his office. And B.J. Fathom is not noticing his case.
Private judges have zero authority, folks. Private judges have zero authority. It's a made-up shit. Okay? It's a private club. When they say private judge, they're talking about a private club. And what they're going to do is they're going to try to say, well, it's going to be cheaper if we do it outside of the court through this private judge. You can come over to our offices and we'll have him set up. And no, you're turning your private office into a public courtroom because that judge is not allowed to practice in private. No, 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 no. No authority.
Or making his office open to the public as he's a private judge. And I recently went to ask Jessica Huey about that because she's now being a private judge, calling herself a parenting coordinator. And guess what Jessica Huey did?
What?
Called the police. So these attorneys that are calling the police and wasting public resources on something they know is a natural process of the legal system that they are officers of the court, and I think has really been the most shocking to me.
Here's something I've noticed because I serve throughout the entire state of California. Granted, I don't go to the far ends very often, but I have been sent out there over my 18-year career. But this is the county where I think I've actually seen it anywhere else where they have Ring doorbells on the front of your office door. I mean, you're a law firm. You're supposed to be able to come in, sit down, talk at the counter. No, it's in this county. Apparently, there's enough corruption with these people that they screen you at the door before they'll even talk to you. Hence,
and it's not corruption. It's straight up criminal. What they're doing is they're denying your First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
It's fraud.
That's a constitutional violation, and that is, in fact, a crime known as sedition or treason. Public office is a public trust, and in that, or public service is a public trust, and in that public office as an attorney, oh yeah, trying to deny somebody their right to petition the government for redress, that's constitutionally criminal. Sedition or treason, one or the other.
B.J. Fathom, and what did I tell that lady on that video? I'm going to his home, and she'll.
So lawyers and attorneys, judges and them, they have to accept papers and litigation, but we don't.
Correct. They are receivers of a petition for redress of grievance. They have to accept it. Otherwise, it's a denial of that petition to redress the government. And that's a constitutional violation in the First Amendment. That's why we have the right to peaceably assemble. Because of the Matthew 18, if the first verse, you go to them in private and say, hey, I'm petitioning the government. I'm doing it through the proper process. I'm giving you private notice.
Allowed it. She could have come to the door and answered the door and accepted service. So don't blame the process server for being persistent. Blame your staff for not taking care of business during business hours.
And thanks for that. Sevenfold 777. And they said abusing 911 and filing false police reports should be arrestable offenses. And
they are. And that's why I say when they're doing this shit, it's not corruption, folks. It's criminal. Mark Jones says, no man can claim dominance or control over that which he did not create. And this is, again, I said it earlier in the stream here, and I've said it many times. I will never get tired of saying it. I've been saying, fuck you all my life. Fuck you, you ain't my daddy. I know better. You do not have authority over me. Every man, independent, at age of majority, has their own self-control and self-authority to maintain that control. And if a man does a good job at it, he doesn't need a government to tell him, hey, you should only do about 25 miles an hour down that road in a car. He uses his reason and logic. not as id. He doesn't need an id entity to tell him what to do.
Agree with that, especially when these are licensed attorneys that are making these calls.
Yes, because they know what's out there.
Now, I want to give a little comparison because someone referenced this with respect to attorney Christina Adams, who, by the way, used to work for private judge Nat Hales when she cut her baby teeth on that.
Was she the one that freaked out and screamed at us and slammed the door with her husband?
No, that was Jessica Huey, who just called the police on me last week.
Okay.
So these are all attorneys that are working in the private judging and minors council, and they clearly don't want us informing the public about what they're actually.
And that's where you're going to see the private judges made as a majority is going to be in your family courts, minor courts, your family disputes, child custody, child placement, foster care for abuse and things like that. And again, they have zero authority in the First Amendment, Article 1 courts to begin with. And now they're going to act as private judges saying, well, we can take care of it better over here rather than using the public courtroom and stuff. We'll keep it private. No. You're not supposed to be fucking with them at all.
Actually doing. They don't want to be on camera. They're slamming the door on us. They're calling the police. But Christina Adams took it a bit further. You and I went to her office and she was in court and would not agree to accept service. And you warned them. You said we were going to go to her home. Well, you and I were really busy with BJ Fathom calling the police, which delayed us every time. So we didn't end up going to serve her. An unlicensed, just an average person went to serve her. He didn't take video, but she unleashed her dogs on him.
And didn't she lie to the authorities and tell them it was me?
Yes. Or no, the sheriff wrote that in Nicole Ford's pleadings that you were the one that had been there. And we had to talk about you were at a concert and on September 1st and weren't anywhere near that. But these attorneys just lying. And it's not just lying. They're lying to police, which is a crime. They're stretching it in court pleadings. And when they lie, the judges are doing out.
No, the police, your city president, they're all in on it. They sit there and have coffee together. Chief of police, the judge, the DA. They're not lying. I don't get where she's saying that they're not lying. They're working all together.
Well, in their lies, it's conspiracy together, but each of them lying. And this is the court case of Hardwick versus Freakin. And this was an ongoing case back when I had my last court case in 2016. It was finally decided in 2017. But the lawsuit says the court case Hardwick versus Freakin involved a lawsuit filed by Presley Hardwick and her mother, Deanna Fogarty Hardwick, against Orange County social worker Marsha Vreeken. The lawsuit alleged that Vreeken and other social workers intentionally fabricated evidence and perjured themselves to remove the Hardwick children from their mother's custody. And this is across the board, guys. Lying and perjuring yourself is already a crime. Spin, girl, come on up. So this is one of the commandments. And again, this is why I keep telling people, this is where we get our laws in the United States of America. They're founded on the scriptures. Okay. And the commandments say, thou shalt not bear false witness. That's lying. It's imperative that the record maintain integrity. That's why I don't file documents anymore. I already lied enough, and all I got to do is point out. I was the one lying. I take my accountability. Now you take your accountability and fix the fucking records. I'm not a resident. I'm not a United States citizen. My apologies. I paid for my part. Now it's your turn to fix the records. That's it.
Absolutely nothing about these officers of the court. They get all the privileges to file electronically. They get to have access to things. They get priority in the trial setting, but they're not being held accountable when they're engaged in outright lying and criminality.
I've had a guy who was a paralegal and studied to be a lawyer, and they wouldn't let him pass the bar because he was in our camp of holding these people.
So pause for a second. So is it just an accounting problem they've created for themselves?
Oh, yeah, definitely. When you find out how much they're actually scraping off.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have a deficit. There's no way America should have a deficit. This is the majority of the deficit.
I'm sorry, give me a second.
You forgot? Did you lose it?
Yeah, legal
That
slush
happens in
funds,
live streams.
right? Canada has legal slush funds as well. So
yeah, and it's not even a slush fund. This is American taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is they're pushing budgets, and then when they get the taxpayer dollars, instead of using them for that budget, they're, a lot of them are like budgeting for a project. Well, the project never goes, so they reallocate the funds for a different project that was always on the back burner behind the scenes that certain people wanted. And now, since we've got the funds, and we're just going to convert it, right? And then along with that, if people understood that the taxes that they pay are for these Article 1 courts, and then they're being held accountable in those Article 1 courts because they're the ones saying they're resident taxpayers. No, the individual's name and number identify the record. That's the person. That's the taxpayer. Like Eric was saying earlier, he's a dad. He's not a taxpayer. They're two different capacities.
It's the litigation privilege. Lawyers have a litigation privilege because they don't know if their client lied to them, until they've gotten into an investigation and some discovery and stuff, but they have to go in and zealously represent their client. So they can't be held if what they said was a lie if they didn't know. But they seem to take it as, I have an absolute immunity to do whatever I want because I have a bar card and I can make your life like hell with lawsuits. Same thing with judges with the qualified immunity, which is the one I have a serious problem with. A judge can make a reasonable mistake. And I agree, you cannot sue them at all, okay? But if they try to cover up that mistake and commit a crime, like, say, doctoring transcripts so they don't say what was said in court, that is then...
Yeah, doctoring transcripts so they don't say exactly what was said in court. I noticed that in mine. I did get my transcripts. They tried telling me it's going to cost me about $1,500. I said, I'm sorry, but you not only used the legal name, but the social security number, as well as I deposited a birth certificate into evidence into this case. I get my transcripts, whether you like it or not. You can either give them to me or I'll appeal it to the highest authority. You're using my name. What was that? What was that? Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? Let's see here. Somebody had a comment here. I should have tagged it. Somebody had a comment here about controlling that which you create. Where is that? Well, anyway, it's one of the basic symbols of contract law. You can only control that which you create. Okay? There it is. No man can claim dominance or control over that which he did not create. And again, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. He's the one that created me in this Christian society, as you want to call him. He, it, the God, which we're supposed to be calling I am, not God. It explicitly says, Moses come off the mountain and said we're supposed to be calling it I am. And the next verse, we went right back to calling it God and personified it, even though it says he is no respecter of persons. Amazing shit that's so contradictory in throughout the scriptures. And when I question it and decide I'm going to quit church because I don't want to be indoctrinated like that anymore, and I'm the one that gets kicked out. That's how much they hate the truth. Because, see, the truth destroys their whole reality, that they've been following the church and its word for decades as they're trying to induce me into believing it.
Church and circus are the same root words. Do the etymology. It's a circus. That's why the tabernacle had rings in it. And they're trying to do all this satanic Christian nationalist revival crap stuff. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
circus.
yeah, CIRCE, CIRCE. Yes, they do charge this outrageous amount for money, amount of money for transcripts. Yes, if you let them get away with it. If you let them get away with it, they will charge you. But see, a lot of people don't understand. Justice isn't for delay, denial, or at a cost.
Oh, I mean, you can file as a U.S. citizen and be, what do they call it, in forma propria, but oh, little president, a pauper. No, no, you cannot charge. You're denying access to
Yeah,
Article
exactly.
3. I'm not in
Yep,
your administrative court.
yep. And that's why notice to the judge directly like that is imperative to understand when you're addressing these people. And that's why I say I don't file documents anymore. I provide private communications. And when they open that private communication, they know I mean business because I'm using the proper language.
Yeah,
I'm
my
not
header
using their
says
legalese.
private, non-commercial.
Yeah, I'm not using their legalese. Yes, truth obliterates lies of the century in an instant without regard to your emotions. Absolutely.
That a judge committing a crime, and for that they should have no immunity. It is a Ninth Circuit case law under Hardwick versus Vreeken, where federal Judge Trott said no official with an IQ greater than the room temperature of a room in Alaska should be on notice that if you violate clearly established law, you have no immunity. And he cited a case called San Francisco versus Sheehan. And his basic thing was, if you're working in the legal field as a professional, whether you're a social worker or any other form of employee, you know.
Yeah, and that's a violation of privity as well, Trinity. If you're sending private documents and they put them on the record, then something's wrong with your direction, with your
Oh,
directive.
they
You
did
should
that to me
include,
with the U.S. District Court. I said, this is not for public docket. This is not Title 42. This is nothing to do with, this is common law, Article 3, private estate and trust, trespasses for ultraviers. This
right,
was
it's a
not to be on
tort.
the public docket.
Yeah, it's a tort. It's not a public suit.
And the clerk of the court saying, well, I can only stamp it CV. I'm like, there's no law, code, or statute that says you can only have, it doesn't even need a stamp. I wanted you to sign
Yeah,
this. She wouldn't even do it.
exactly. So that's again prevention of the process. And that's what see when I talk about holding these people accountable, like I talked about earlier, you got the county commission and the judge and the attorney and the clerk, and those are all people that have a risk management. And the highest risk management, since it's a tax court, is the clerk. She is the one, or he is the one, acting as the tax collector. Okay, when
Hey,
they log it
a
in.
judge sits on a bench. Bench is another word for bank. It's all commerce. It's a bank. That's why they have a little bank window. We accept Visa and MasterCard for your ticket. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, and when we think about that clerk, like I said, it's a tax court. So they're the ones responsible for logging it into that record. And when they do, that's making it a tax issue. They will even say on their receipt, surcharge, tax. Every last one of them. My last one I got from the court was a dismissal for failure to appear for jury duty. And when they dismissed it, they sent me a notice of the dismissal and sent and in it said all costs will be taxed to the defendant. Great. Send it to them. Because I already told you and explained to you, I'm not the defendant. Plasma Void, greetings, Pero, and all. Neat stream. Just wondering, any chance you'll do more out on the town shows? I enjoyed the history tour. Yes. Hopefully one of these days soon I'm going to be down to the local Five Sullivan Brothers Grout Museum. Hopefully I'll get you down there and we'll talk about the Five Sullivan Brothers. 5 brothers that went off to war in World War II, ended up on the same ship. The ship got hit and all 5 brothers died. The military since came out with a regulation that you cannot send all of your children off to war.
A lot of charges are going to be coming up on speech people make now online.
Absolutely.
Any advice for them?
There's somebody in jail right now, son of Eno, supposedly in Canada. He's been locked up for noticing the small things.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's happening more and more.
Yeah, Trinity says, I just learned that when you sue or tort these judges and the attorney general is defending them, you can enter a motion to disqualify attorney general when they have ultra vires action. It's Rule 12 of Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, which is what I talked about earlier. When you're suing these people in their private capacity, they're not a corporation, so they have no ability to hire an attorney to make a representation. They can only hire an attorney for counsel. And so what it says is that you can't hire an attorney in an Article I court except through a board of attorneys or a board of directors. So it's a board of director decision to hire an attorney for representation of a corporation, because a corporation cannot stand in court. This is why there's a distinct separation between Article 3 and Article 1 courts. They have no case if there's no living soul bringing forth a claim against another living soul. The only way they can bring a corporate action by the state in its corporate capacity, the state of Iowa, is by bringing it against the corporation known as Keith Little. Keith Little is identified by a record. It is not me. Yes, Matthew 6:6. Matthew 6 is a great chapter. You should go read that. You're going to talk about is going to talk about the promise that he shew unto you to seek his immutable counsel. Seek his immutable counsel, because he already present you. You don't need representation. You need counsel. They are two different words. Understand what they're saying.
That lying is not accepted in court. And if you come into a courtroom and you lie about things, you don't have immunity just to, freelance on that stuff.
Well, what's interesting to me is what you were just talking about judges changing transcripts. I have talked to and interviewed court staff that told me that they've known judges to do that to make themselves look good. But where the real insidious part is attorneys acting as private judges for pay, and what I have seen them do with transcripts and everything else. And they still have the same immunity. And
disbarred for that.
Absolutely.
That's evidence tampering, and it's a crime.
Yes, tampering with evidence. Tampering with a witness. See, that's the first thing I'm thinking of. See, when you have a guy that's supposed to put his testicles on the table when he's going to testify in court on his own behalf because somebody's falsely accusing him.
Them do with transcripts and everything else, and they still have the same immunity. And
disbarred for that.
Absolutely.
That's evidence tampering, and it's a crime. And
it's evidence tampering, and it's a crime. And if I'm going to bear evidence in a courtroom and they tamper with the word that I'm bound to, either orally or on those transcripts, it's the same thing. You're falsifying the testimony of that which is true. That tells me the record is false. Why would I need to enter in more documents when all I got to do is prove you lied, or even admit that I lied previously, and now that I know better, I can no longer lie? See, there's a catch-22 when you man up and take that accountability.
Something in the federal court, and this goes for a lot of the federal fights and things. 18 U.S. Code 4 is called misprision of a felony. It is a federal crime, a felony, to cover up a felony. And they should use
it is a felony crime to cover up a felony. So if you're a witness to a crime and you as a judge know it to be a felony, as that prosecutor sitting there bearing false witness, you now are also guilty, culpable, responsible, liable, accountable for lying. Now that you do it together, now it's not just misprision of felony, but it's conspiracy, which is both prosecution, sedition, judge, treason.
Use that law a whole lot more than they can get rid of.
And if you're taking children from their biological parents for your private judge compensation rooms, that's Deuteronomy 24:7. Anyone caught stealing one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise of them shall be put to death. Ye shall put evil away from amongst you.
A bunch of these useless people who don't respect the legal system.
Somebody just said there should be a Brady list for judges. And you know, the other thing is, we serve the Santa Clara County Bar Association today. The relationship between the local bar associations and the courts is very uncomfortable. And it is from those associations where the judges appoint minors counsel, they appoint private judges in a way that they don't scrutinize it well.
And see, one of the things I learned is I'm never going to call him Your Honor anymore. If
Call him
there's
the
any
first
honor,
name at best.
oh no, if there's any honor in that courtroom, it's going to be my honor. I think you're wrong. My honor. You're going to honor the word of truth because that's the word I'm putting out. My honor.
Enough like they should. And we continue to see it does. Let's not forget that for all the mess, the state bar.
And I can even, at 60 years of age, still give the Scouts honor to be trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, honest, trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent.
Is charged with protecting the public from these attorneys, and they're just not doing it. The local bar associations are nothing more than similar to police associations where they're protecting their members. They function to protect their members, and they really do groom judges. They take them to lunches. There's this big soiree that they're having down here in Santa Clara County in December, and they're calling it a holiday soiree, and it's
It's a private club, and you ain't in it.
$5 a piece, and their hors d'oeuvres and drinks, and you know the judges will be there. And judges really just have no business doing that if they don't want the public to think it's a bad optic. And in family court, only 75% of people are representing themselves. They don't have a lawyer. So when the judges are out schmoozing with the attorneys, they're only capturing and, quote, educating 25% of the people. And it just has a bad optic. It's conflicts of interest. It is really grooming the judges to give them more appointments as minors counsel. And up in Sonoma County, I've been seeing some horrific things with some of those minors counsel up there.
And I want to mention, you guys, you know, one of the things is that these judges are supposed to be reading over all of these cases. There is no fucking way in hell they can be reading over all these cases. No way in hell can these people be reading over these cases if they're backlogged. I went to a traffic case in New Hampshire one time. The courtroom was full. And yet only half the people that were supposed to be there showed up when they did roll call. Roll called 100 people. 50 people showed up. Out of those 50 people, 49 went to the clerk, agreed with the judge and the prosecutor, and went to the clerk and made payments. The one that rebutted it was damn near hauled out of there in cuffs. See, if you don't go along to get along, they're going to treat you bad. They're going to do everything they can to intimidate you. And I'm telling you, you're going to end up risking going to jail. I do all the time. Not so much anymore because I think they learned their lesson. The last time I was in there, the prosecuting attorneys started rattling off all these previous cases saying, he's never listened to us before. I think we should give him max penalties. The judge looked at her and said, no shit. 60 days. because the judge knew better. I'm done playing with these people. You should be too, because that's all it is. They're playing games with you, and they have fun doing it because they see how idiotic you are to believe their nonsense. Because that's absolutely what it is. Absolute nonsense.
They're really going after trust accounts of disabled kids. They're doing a lot of really bad things. So once the court appoints an attorney as minors counsel or a private judge, they also have immunity, but they have no supervision because these judges are appointing their buddies.
You are the only person who has
Cronyism. See, we talked about nepotism when it comes to Andrew and Speak Sleazy and Rob Knorr and all them. And that's not nepotism. That's cronyism. None of them are related, but they're buddy. It's a good boy, the good old boy club. And that's cronyism. That's the bias.
the evidence. You have the video because you were allowed.
Wait.
to
Here's the
report with
thing.
your
They
camera
appointed
in Sonoma County. And what did we?
They appointed it to the child. Did they? Anybody? No. What? Because they're buddies, and again, it's a trust account. They're getting the social security number, the child, the parents patrie doctrine. They're tapping that Title 42 public trust.
Yep. The taxpayer dollar and everything. It's all fraud. And I guarantee you, Title 4D and Title 4E, biggest fraud in history. And it's been going on for decades. Medicare qualified government employees. That's not everybody that's born across the board, yet that's how it's applied. It's for Medicare qualified government employees. Moms and dads, tell me how your children are Medicare qualified government employees if they ain't even decided what job they're going to have.
We came to the presiding judge, Shelley Averill. We brought 2 transcripts from the same hearing, the same date, the same time, but they weren't the same. They were augmented. One of them had some additions and subtractions. The second one, they wrote my lawyer out of it. Okay? Rule of law says, now that the evidence has been corrupted, all orders of that court, not my whole case, it's not like I'm going to get remarried or anything, but all orders of that court, and that happens to be the child support court, are made void because the court has committed a fraud. And you say, well,
10 years ago, after that last case, I did enter some documents in. While I'm sitting in jail, 2 weeks in, I get a letter from Child Support Recovery Services. I hadn't been paying in years, and they kept trying to get my bank accounts and stuff. But I got a letter while I'm sitting in jail on those other charges. Says child support has what they say has withdrawn all sanctions against your licensing. Child support withdraw their sanctions. Because I got them by the balls with the Title 4D contract and how the individual's name and number identify the record. And it shows in their insane mind that they think that they can contract with a piece of paper. A man is bound by his words, not somebody else's words on some piece of paper that you're holding. Prove I said that, nunc pro tunc. Let's go back to the beginning again and see if I admitted I was a Medicare qualified government employee and then was deemed necessary by the board. Fuck is wrong with you?
well, how do you prove the fraud? Well, we sent the transcripts to the state's transcription bureau, and they fined her $1,000 10 years after the fact.
Yes, that is a contract with the state. It is called a license, just like a driver's license, but it's a contract with the state. Implied contract. License is for commercial. Why would you need to go to a father of a Catholic church and have him issue you a commercial license? Oh, wait a minute. You got the license from the clerk of court. What
You know,
court did you gather in? Did you
the
gather
other
in the
mistakes
church
I
court?
made was going to the notary public. Whoa, it's right there. The notary public. You don't
Public.
need it.
Don't need it. 3 or more witnesses, or 2 or more witnesses. 2 or more witnesses. Nothing about public.
And stated that she violated Business and Professions Code 8025, and the first word in the code, fraud. Not only that, we took it before an administrative law judge in the lower court on a different matter, but the judge kept talking to me and wanting me to explain. Well, where
They
that come
just don't want to rule on fraud.
from? Right. So she listened. It was normally these are 20-minute administrative hearings on the phone. Mine was 2.5 hours of going back and forth. That judge put in her thing that the county had violated Business and Professions Code 8025, fraud. The county support agency voided her order, as they're allowed to by the codes, and they went and put out their own version, which they added a couple things here and there. But they did in fact adopt the same fact pattern, saying that the county had committed fraud. And yet this judge, what did she say?
No, it's not the county. It's men and women.
Well, did you hear what he said, though? Remember, I told you guys earlier, I went through a foster care and adoption system, and I've been saying a long time, everything is about adopting. If they asked you if you would accept the federal rules of civil procedure, right?
Right.
You adopted them. You weren't convicted to stand on your word according to the scriptures or whatever. You let them go and adopted their word. I'm sorry, I'm not bound by those words. I'm bound by my word.
Say, what was her favorite word? Denied.
They don't want to hear it. They don't want to put it into the evidence. And I had a similar situation where Judge Towery's court reporter, in many cases, all these people were complaining about the court reporter, delaying the transcripts and everything else. And eventually I put together some evidence and got the court, her found to have committed fraud, and they laid it out. They fined her, but the court did nothing, and she was a court employee. So these courts they invest.
See, and that's the other aspect that I'm talking about when it comes to the accountability. See, these people are the ones that are co-signing behind them and everything, signing double, the judge signs and the clerk signs and the attorney signs, and the representative signs, You got all these fucking signatures, but nobody's being held accountable, truly. Because if it were to work properly, they'd all be held accountable for their criminal activities. They'd be having fines, prison, and possibly even death. Kidnap my motherfucking children. Kidnap my motherfucking children. Do it.
Investigate themselves. They don't do what they should do. And that creates a little bit of distrust from the public when we constantly see these bad actors. And let's go over not every attorney is bad. Not every cop is bad. And not every judge is bad. But if they don't do something.
Correct. Not everybody's bad. Like I said before, a lot of these people go in here with an enchantment. They want to be a hero.
But if they operate in the system, they're committing fraud, right?
Systemically across the board, Article 1 courts, you're not supposed to be bringing these charges against people. Man, woman, or children. Let alone destroying families by doing so. Bringing up desolate children out of fatherless homes and being put in foster care rather than being put with family. Rather than trying to mend any problems that families might have, which would be a true benefit and positive evidence of a strong nation, they destroy them. And this nation, just like every other nation that thought it to be successful, is turning hedonistic, solipsistic. Everybody's looking out for themselves. They no longer care about their children. They're willing to let them go off to kindergarten, preschool, and let public education. And then when they have their job and everything, and they get old, they plan on going to retirement homes and having some stranger wipe their ass. Where the fuck did the family values go, people?
They created the education system, right? So
Hootie Bug says you have to have state's permission to get married and you have to pay them for it. No, you don't. My companion and I, 16 16 years. Fuck you. You ain't our daddy. There is but one Father which art in heaven. We are bound by our words, and they are consummating each other. I am her trustee in life. She is the benefactor, and vice versa. Guess who our principal is? You want to talk trust law? You want to talk equity? You want to talk contract law? You want to talk marriage licenses? See, I'll talk to this. I'll talk about this to everybody. Bring all of your professionals. Again, I'm bound by my word. My word goes to her, not some false patriarch.
Thing about the bad ones, then that creates the problem because they're being complicit about misconduct that makes their profession look bad. So if anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask because it's getting dark and we're going to cut this off. And we've got Mark's.
Yeah, so go check out Susan Bossy. I called her Sarah earlier. Susan Bossy, B-A-S-S-I on YouTube. And I got a bunch more lined up if you guys want to keep going, but we've been going for a couple hours already, 2.5 hours. Up to you guys.
Hey Keith, there's another good guy called Cop Talk Live is his channel. He's a former CPD kind of big. What's his name? Something Izzo. He's a big Italian guy, but former cop, and the police are bad. It's bad. Long Island Audit, Sean Reyes, Connecticut State Troopers. It's not looking good. These. Yeah, check out what's his name? John Izzo or something. What the I can't.
Oh yeah.
Cop Talk Live.
Yeah, I don't know why I haven't subscribed to him yet. I've seen a lot of his videos.
Good talking to you, Eric O'Perro. I got to go. Have a great day. Thanks for the info.
You bet. Be blessed. And remember, folks, the link's down there. Hey, come on up, Cynthia. I got videos lined up. I can go all day if you want. So we've already got 2.5 hours in. This is not. I normally don't go this long, but it's Saturday. I got nothing else to do.
Hey, there is one good attorney. There is one good attorney. Look up. Oh God, what's his name? It's getting late here. Yeah, okay, that's Cop Talk Live. What's his name? Something Izzo. John. Okay, anyway. Look up Wyn Young, W-Y-N Young. He's exposing that Alex Jones threw his Sandy Hook case.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's been admitted to the Supreme Court. That whole Sandy Hook thing, Alex Jones getting one pennies. Oh, we're getting our door broken down. No, you're still making more money than anything you.
Yeah, Alex Jones, the coward that had a shaving accident, wore a short mustache for a few hours on his show, and they shaved it off as soon as he got done. Pathetic. This guy's name is Dominic Izzo.
Yeah, Dominic. Yeah.
So Cop Talk Live. I'll grab the link and drop it in chat for everybody. Greetings, Cynthia. How you doing, sister?
I'm doing well. I'm actually driving home. I'm about to pull up, and then I'm going to take the girls out, my dogs, and then I will jump back up and finish watching videos with you, okay?
Killer. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll see you in a few. So, yeah, Cop Talk Live. Go check them out. And then the next one I've got, this is relation to a federal investigation of New Orleans, and it's kind of usual protocol, government. They want to call it corruption, so let's listen to some of the crime. As says, federal oversight of New Orleans police ends with consent decree dissolution.
He says it plans to maintain the reforms made under the consent decree now that a federal judge has ended oversight.
Chris Welty reports NOPD leadership say there's still more work to do. More than a decade of federal oversight of the NOPD ends. Judge Susie Morgan signed the motion to dissolve the consent decree Wednesday morning.
We have proven to
recognize her. New Orleans Police Department. She's the one that sat there and said, investigate us all the other day when we exposed how they have officers that are logging in 3 times their regular salary. Salary is $64,000, and he's pulling in $214,000 a year because he's pulling overtime.
Yep. Ex-Connecticut State Trooper Brian Fahey.
Yep,
Getting
same
Sean
thing.
Reyes arrested because he went up to your door like a Girl Scout and you pulled the gun and you spit in his face.
Yep. Be blessed, Mark. Appreciate it. And real quick, guys, we're going to take a quick break again. Enjoy before we get on with the rest of this video. I got to take a break. See what I can pull up here. Let's do this one. And I shall be right back. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you hit this share. Get some more people in here on break, and we'll get back to it with the New Orleans P.O.D. and how they, despite all the overtime, and knowing that it's been an issue for a number of years, and now they're going to remove the federal oversight. So I wonder what the accountability is going to be, right?
Hold up, grab my soda, cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape pape. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you so lit, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimations. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan. How you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation with gross castration in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation. You're a cheap imitation. Dark said hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over, it's been non-bit.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Productions.
So we are back. We lost a few. People didn't like my music. Lost half the crowd. So we get back into it. Like I said, we just did a review video the other day, and we had this gal on there with the NOPD talking about overpay, egregious overpay. And this is where I talked about the taxpayer dollars being abused before they even use them against you. They're going into their pockets. It's a straight line into their pockets in every way they can fucking imagine to get overtime and this and that, particularly incentives. I mean, I can't imagine what kind of quotas the guy must have reached if he was putting in 3 times overtime? Guy must have been working his motherfucking ass off, huh, guys? Fuck shit.
To the court that we are constitutionally policing, we're ethically policing.
NOPD entered federal oversight in 2013 after the United States filed a complaint the year before. The DOJ found evidence of racial bias, misconduct, and lack of accountability.
Misconduct, racial bias, and lack of accountability. And not once did they mention anything about the oversight that needs to be for the accounting. The obvious bullshit in the timescales, the time logs, the salary records, the pay. See, they don't want to mention that. That's the key thing. Your money, their pocket. That's the route.
What about their cage codes? That because they're all operating under the Lieber code, the military. That's why that's why you go to jail and they're all captains and lieutenants and all. Isn't that weird? What about the cage codes? So I don't know how this little circle jerk works. Oh, the feds are policing a municipal, which is one of their franchises.
Yeah, well, in case you guys don't understand what Eric's talking about, their cage code, that's a commercial and government entity, CAGE. Look it up. Don't believe us. Don't believe us. Do not believe us. Do the research.
And it runs through the military department, not civil. It's DOD.
Yeah, that's the birth certificate. The birth certificate is the commercial and government entity that they created. Period. That's the person. The individual's name and number identify the record, no matter what it is. If it's a social security number, then it's the individual's name and social security number identifies the social security record. It does not identify the man, the living soul. The driver's license, it has a number on it. It identifies the individual, and the number identifies the driver license record. Okay. Greetings, boy. How you doing today?
Very well. How are you? How have you been? I mean, you're still talking about this stuff.
Yes. Just trying to clarify things for people so they can see the idiocy. And it's gradually growing. We were just talking earlier, 10 years ago, there was maybe 1 or 2 First Amendment auditors. Now there are hundreds of them, thousands of them. You can see all kinds of YouTube channels of people doing audits everywhere you look.
I mean, but don't you think that the Department of Justice should be the actual auditor?
Absolutely. That's why we see a lot of these people dealing with the Department of Justice, because that's technically who you're supposed to be dealing with when it comes to these crimes. When they're trying to pull you into court, your first response should be to the contract showing that it's not valid. And then if they want to keep pushing that, then you can go to the Department of Justice with your constitutional criminal violations, treason, sedition, misprision of felony, things like that we're talking about.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, if the Department of Justice would be an actual thing, something that would be accepted, don't you think that if it was as corrupt as it is now, people would be gunning down the people that work for the Department of Justice? They should be gunned down by now because they're not doing their job.
Absolutely. They should have been replaced. And that's one of my problems, is that this stuff continues to go on because there's no transparency and no accountability. Yeah, an officer gets thrown under the bus here and there. A judge quits here and there. An attorney moves here or there. But the real accountability is never upheld. They're not fined. They're not thrown in prison. They're not put to death. Destroying a family is a death sentence.
So what do you think?
What they're doing?
I mean, you're rather extreme. I mean,
yes.
you know, it's not. I mean, I appreciate that, but what do you think is the solution to that? I mean, it's not. We're not going to vote our way out of this, right? You know
Right.
that.
Well, the thumbnail says, "What is your accountability?" And when I talk about what is your accountability, before we get
Beauty is my accountability. I want to provide beauty, and I want to sustain beauty, and I want to feed beauty.
right, so in my sense, I'll explain the beauty of a family.
Yeah.
So when it comes to a family that has, say, an alcoholic father who is abusing both his wife and his children, it is not the place for Article 1 courts, corporate courts, to come in and have anything to do with them. None whatsoever. My dad had 13 brothers and sisters. My mom had 8 brothers and sisters. And we live in a nation that doesn't give a rat's ass about the family. Because if they did, if they got involved, they should have said, through reason and logic of id, instincts, intuition, hey, this really isn't our place because this is a family issue. And you got 13 aunts and uncles on dad's side and 8 aunts and uncles on mom's side. I think if you got your quorum of people together, you could help the 5 children while dad is going through his issue, and you can help him too as brothers and sisters. That's what families do. Instead, 5 children were put up in foster homes and split up. There's no reason for that. 5 children could have easily and should have naturally been dispersed to aunts and uncles in the family, in the local area, so that they could remain with family. Instead, the first thing they do is destroy that family foundation. It's dependent on the welfare of women and children, and the simple fact that everyone born is so willing to accept that they're a Medicare qualified government employee, because that would be a benefit. And it's just all insane. But when you get to the Article 1 courts, those are Article 1 courts, corporate activities only, commercial transactions, tax courts. Has nothing to do with family. It's all
charitable public trust.
Yes.
And you're a patriot. God bless. I'm a patriot. Yeah, parents patriot. What happened to Mother Earth? Not to sound like new agey, but what is with this patriot?
Yeah, it's the false patriarch. There's but one Father which art in heaven, and everybody's paying tribute to the false patriarch through the false patriarch's tax collector, which is the publican. That's where public comes from. Publican, like you said earlier.
Jewish
tax
collector for Rome.
What? I thought that the tax collector was Satan himself.
No, a publican, take off the re. A publican is a Jewish tax collector for Rome. Remember, Christ was eating with having with dinner and hanging out with prostitutes and tax collectors who everybody hated.
Yep. So let's get back to New Orleans here.
But at the center of that change is bias-free policing.
The center of the change is bias-free policing. That's what Voy's talking about. That's what's not going to happen unless the people hold them accountable. And the only way people can hold them accountable is removing them from their positions and then filling those positions with good men that will do something about it, because they're proving they're doing something about it. They're the ones removing them from office. Those are the ones that should be stepping into office.
That's the only way, dude. We're not gonna vote our way out of this.
Right. And just like Trump, why do you have to take emoluments? If you're already a good man and you're already receiving just rewards, Why would you need more to fulfill your public service under God, which is to owe no man anything but to love one another? For to love one another is to fulfill the law. That's why I do everything for free. And yes, again, there's a PayPal link down there for anybody who wants to share some love. Always appreciated. Always helps. But I do it for free first and foremost. If you want to give some love in return, great.
For the record, it would be called an honorarium. There would be no taxable commercial thing. It would be an honorarium. Go look it up. It's in their own.
My honor. Yep. Absolutely.
And that
Not as
I
a
mean,
check box.
your honor is worth something, dude.
I appreciate that, boy. Coming from Gargamel, I really do. Love you, brother.
But as a way of showing up. How we show up is who we are to the people we serve.
The decree required the NOPD to reform itself by complying with hundreds of tasks and goals, and to maintain that compliance for at least 2 years to prevent a backslide. Earlier,
Maintain that compliance for 2 years to prevent a backslide. No, the backslide, that's no, you don't get it. Not having the oversight is what allows the backslide.
this year, the NOPD and the DOJ expressed enough satisfaction with the NOPD's progress and new standards to submit a joint motion asking a judge to end the decree without waiting for a full 2-year wind down.
Yeah, let's give them every break in the book, right? While they're cooking the books, and never mention a word about that part. I mean, we're talking millions of dollars, people. Millions of dollars. One guy, $250,000 himself. 3 times his regular salary. $250,000 himself.
When there's a change of thinking, there will always be a change of culture. And that is what makes NOPD such a model 21st century policing.
Model my ass. If the people all knew what it was, you wouldn't be up there saying model. Because if you understand model, that means, again, like I've been saying, folks, systemically across the board. If they're a model, I'll agree. Systemically across the board, they are a model for the abuse of the funds through payrolls. Absolutely agree.
Department today.
Better supervision, better training, better data, better decisions.
Better data? No. You still haven't fixed the accounting. How can you have better data if you haven't fixed the accounting? And how can you fix the accounting if the people entering the data into that account don't understand their error? You're not a resident. You're not a United States citizen. You cannot be either one.
Today is not a victory lap. It's a handoff.
Earlier this year, President Trump signed an executive order pushing for review of all federal consent decrees. The DOJ denies any political influence for the reason behind.
And so they're not so concerned with the state's actions as they are with the federal budget. Okay? They're removing them because of a budgetary thing, because of the president. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, or do they? Because the hand actually in operation, the Federal Oversight Board in operation, that hand should absolutely know that there's something wrong with that fucking payroll. Go ahead.
Well, they also don't need men and women to policing because they're inventing AI judges, robot. All these 20-year-olds that are becoming police, you're not getting a pension. Don't even think about it. The way things are going. So they're throwing the police under the bus in a way. What do you think this ICE thing is about? It's political divide, and it's just showing how creepy they are.
Absolutely. At all realms. You see these guys in military tactical uniforms. Fucking pathetic. People don't understand what a fucking standing army is.
Ending NOPD's consent decree.
This case is complete because the remedy.
And I'm not saying ICE is all bad, because there is an intent there to remove people that shouldn't be here, but those would be criminals, not just everyday American citizens that were born as United States citizens in the Honduras and live here on the United States soil now, and just wantonly pulling him over and IDing him, demanding his papers, and then 5 minutes later, they pull him over again, bust his window, and all for what? To look for his papers again 5 minutes after the same people, ICE, pulled him over, and now another group of ICE is going to pull him over again 5 minutes later. The fuck is wrong? The left hand doesn't talk to the right hand. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. They just don't have accountability and transparency. Again, that's why it's never going to happen unless you do something about it.
Why do they play double? Why do they play double? Hold on, sorry, you were just starting to play. Why do they play double speak in New York State? And I'm sure everything. If you look at the codes and statutes and all that, they'll call them peace officers, but then they're policy enforcers. So which one is it? You're playing double roles because peace officers should be volunteer, and you shouldn't need a gun and pepper spray and tactical gear and MRAPs and all this.
Yeah, see, that's that split tongue, the forked tongue that the natives talked about, and that's Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that places judgment against you thou shalt condemn. I am convicted of the truth, and what you're doing is lying. I condemn your lies. I'm not condemning the man. I'm condemning the lies. Thou shalt condemn the judgment, not the man. So any false judgment, you're supposed to condemn it. This is the inheritance of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. That's why it's always in Jesus' name on my way to heaven to be with the Father. You know? And I'm not the Christian, guys. I'm only expressing it in a way that Christians should comprehend. And everybody looks at me like, huh? Huh? I never heard of that.
Yeah, and yet all these Christian Americans. Okay, so first we got the Catholics who go to church and say, "Good morning, Father," even though the Bible says, or Christ said, "Don't call any man Father," including me. And then we got Americans in general calling all these George Washington, all these Freemasons, oh, the founding fathers. But we're a Christian nation. Oh, which one is it? Which one is it, Christians?
Yep. And then that's like I said earlier. Moses came down with the 10 commandments, and when he was on his way down, he said, wait a minute, what am I supposed to tell the people? Who are you? What am I supposed to call you? I am. Shall tell the people to call me I am forever. The very next verse, it goes right back to calling him God. That's your Christian scriptures. Read it.
Yeah, there's a lot of gods in that Old Testament. Gods.
Oh,
plural.
Yep. Elohim. Yeah.
Joint motion. NOPD.
They like to take that part out so people have a context of only one God. And then they use the term God. You know the story, folks. I'm going to do a video someday on Rumpelstiltskin. You guys should all remember the story of Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin and its base foundation is the origin, and it came long before Christianity. It was one of the first stories about the secret helper. You know, the one that helped you accomplish this miracle, but his name is secret. You know, like the Jews. His name is secret. Shh, you can't speak his name. It's the same thing.
Has done the work.
Shut it down! Shut it down!
During the hearing, protesters gathered outside of Loyola's law school. Some held signs saying New Orleans deserves constitutional policing and no to termination.
They were not in compliance when they went to sustainment. They're not in compliance now. It's unjust.
One protester believes
not in compliance when they went into sustainment, and they're not in compliance now. Yet, evidently, the federal oversight is completely happy with their progress and have backed out. No, they backed out not because they were completely happy with their progress. They backed out because President Trump told them to. It's a funding issue. It's a federal government funding issue. Do they need federal funds? No. They're going to keep getting them from the fucking local community, from you people. Keep paying those taxes. Keep supporting it. That's what you're doing. You're actually paying for it.
That's what Susan was making. Like everyone's like, "Oh, the taxpayers are going to pay." But look, okay, so why are men and women even a taxpayer? Where's the evidence there is? It's not even in the U.S. code. It's in the IRS manual. There's nothing in their own code what a taxpayer is. It's not defined in legalese.
Well,
There's no
and
definition.
when you look at it, Title 26 isn't even ratified. It's not positive law. It will tell you
Oh,
itself.
wait. That's good that you brought up positive law. So I think maybe 2/3 of the U.S. code is if you don't know positive law, look it up. But guess what? None of the code is thing because Title 1, which is the rules of construction, and the same goes for the UCC. So person, citizen, that's not so the whole thing collapses because
Individual, insane person, infant.
Yeah.
NOPD needs further reform.
We need community oversight from the community, by the community.
Judge Susie Morgan
Need community oversight from the community, by the community, for the community.
Yeah, that would be called a peace officer in a volunteer capacity.
He's absolutely correct.
We don't need police. Look at the history of police. New York City, union busters, carpetbaggers. They were gangsters from the beginning.
Yep.
says NOPD is transformed and did not take too long to reach compliance.
It took the amount of time necessary for the NOPD to make the changes called for and to make them durable, able to stand the test of time.
Her attorney wrote that. These people can't even, these public servants, I don't know who she was, they can't even speak.
Yeah. And when we think about it, you can go back and watch my video where I discussed this the other day with NOPD and their salary abuse. No, they do not have it under control. They're not even being transparent about it. This is something people had to dig up, and now they're going to keep on it, despite the removal of federal oversight, because those local residents, as you heard, understand that it's on them now. That's where they hold people accountable. It's just like back in the 50s when they started doing the farm mortgages and foreclosures, and local farmers would go to the auction, and it was literally a threat. They were known as penny auctions. You ain't gonna bid more than a penny. This guy's getting his farm back, and it's gonna be cheap.
Hey, by the way, Keith said something, actions speak louder than words. So police is a noun, but look at the verb. In the Marine Corps, when you're in boot camp being brainwashed and tortured, you do a thing called police call. And guess what it is? You go out into the yard and you pick up trash. So when your local municipality is policing in their cruiser, enemy,
they're looking for trash. Yep.
Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill says it was long past due for the consent decree to end. She believes money spent on the decree could have been spent on hiring new officers, training, and equipment.
No way! No way you're going to hire new officers and let them expand the payroll too? That's going to be cheaper than this? No way. No way. Come the fuck on.
Judge Morgan said the cost of unconstitutional policing is higher.
The cost of unconstitutional policing is higher. Of course. And that's what we're writing on. We agree with that, Judge, don't we, Eric? It proves it. The record proves that unconstitutional policing is higher. Is it constitutional to commit overtime fraud on the record as a public servant in a private capacity, operating under a private contract, holding the people accountable for your corporate egregious crimes.
One thing about Louisiana people, a lot of people know about admiralty law. Actually, Louisiana is a bit special. There is a good code, but they actually are still under the Napoleonic law, not the British.
French
Anglo-American.
common law. There's French common law down in Louisiana. The rest of the United States is American common law.
Oh, so there's French magic words that actually go in Louisiana.
But there's a good thing.
Right, they go by all the other states.
La liberté, la fraternité, la égalité.
All the other states have counties. Louisiana has parishes, but the parish remains what, Eric? Ecclesiastical. The parish, just like the church.
There, you said it.
There's one thing that defined a person at fertilization. So if you want to walk into a municipal court of law in Mississippi, yep. Excuse me, what's your date of birth? Are you employed? I don't know. I don't know what my date of birth is. What do you mean you don't know?
Yep, it's all hearsay.
Yeah.
And
look at all these police videos of these auditors. Oh, what's your date of birth? Can you give me your ID? They want that date of birth. Are you employed? Because even if you're working at Joe's Hardware, because they file with the federal government, so you're a federal employee, you're under military law. So, Judge, what's your name? Do you live here? What's your date of birth? Are you employed?
Yep. Nope, I'm not employed at all.
Cage code.
Yep, I'm not employed at all.
Hey, but do you guys think there's any?
Ms. Whalen?
Oops, wrong one. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you guys think there's any magic words in court? Really?
My favorite is "fuck you, you ain't my daddy." Of course, I haven't had a chance to try that one yet because they don't want me in court anymore.
Well, as long as you haven't tried it, it makes sense. No.
Yeah, I do everything by phone or private communications anymore, and they generally get the hint. Otherwise,
just go to the bank window and just say, here's my appearance, and discharge the debt. You don't need to walk into that seance.
Yeah, I don't even do that, but I will go to city council wearing the short mustache talking about Americans becoming Hitler's willing executioners anytime I want. Done it many times. I keep it straight and bold.
Back on point again. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, it's, I'm not going to play games with anybody. I'm an adult man, and I believe everybody that's adult should start acting adults. And that means you have to have some kind of integrity to your education. And if you think that at 50 years old, 40 years old, 30 years old, and you ain't picked up a book since you walked out of that high school, that you have any integrity, you've been indoctrinated deeply, and you're sitting deep in cognitive dissonance. When you're 50, you're going to be one of those ones that cannot accept the truth. And you're digging that hole now. This one here is Barefoot Mama from Minnesota on the realities of working as a social worker. She too used to work as a social worker. Now she's no longer doing it and is instead speaking out against it.
Look at how naive I was, and I did actually specialize in crimes against children.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Crimes against children.
Yeah,
crimes against children.
I know.
This revelation is like.
Say that again.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too comforting. After she admitted that.
Yeah. That's one of those things. But we have to understand that some of these people are in a different position today, and they can laugh about it themselves, even though it's not a real laughing matter. So we've got to make sure we don't let that distract us from it, because she is doing a good job speaking out against it.
Really?
We're gonna hear it here today. She's one of the ones that's telling you what happens.
why is this coming to me on this podcast?
I'm like, damn, you're right. You're right. It's not just the Super Bowl coming into town that makes increase in sexual crimes. No, weird.
Or the GOP connect.
GOP convention. What? That happens? Weird.
When you take children from their biological moms and dads, the ones that inherently and innately have the highest priority and you would believe have the highest level of integrity of taking responsibility to protect those children, would be the best people for that child. And when you take them from those people and you put them in hands of people that don't know that child or that family, and they're doing it for a fucking paycheck, you cannot believe the heinous crimes that happen. I can. Been through them. Pay attention.
I would have never thought of that.
I'm sure it happened at the Democratic convention
Oh,
too.
yeah. Any mass gathering of males.
Especially ones with power.
Yes. And money.
Yeah.
Money and power. Yeah. But
She's telling you things that happen behind the scenes that she knows of without saying any names. So understand the context here. She's telling you she could probably literally be killed for telling names. This is why it's important to understand third person language. You can still say the truth in third person and have everybody understand exactly what you're saying and not get into the ad hoc character attack. We're talking about the judgment itself, the actual crime itself.
it's fucked up because as a child protection investigator who did sex or specialized in sex crimes, like they knew exactly the routes in which girls would be trafficked in, but they didn't stop it. I was like, if you know,
because they don't want to.
Right.
If you know, then why don't you stop it? And if they know and they stopped it, would there be such a great need for a child sex crimes investigator?
Yeah.
Like you mentioned earlier, if it was already stopped, why would we need to continue?
This is a sensitive subject here, especially when they come into statutory rape, because worldwide, whether you were European, Christian, Jewish, Asian, I mean, the Amish still, I have family before me that were like, yeah, I was married at 14. So, and now everyone, because the state says it's 18 or whatever. Listen, natural law. If a male and a female can make babies, I guess they can make babies. And then this whole marriage and statutory shit, I'm not promoting that, but this is something very careful, because once they get one of our progeny, our sons and daughters, into that system, they keep them there until 21 for those bonds. 21. They could be off in the military, drinking, but somehow they're still in child protective services behind in the bank. Imagine that. 21.
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And it's all a money scheme. See, again, when we think about the family structure, I want people to understand the concept of age of majority. Age of majority is when a man and woman who have children feel comfortable that they've educated that child so much so that they are now comfortable to let him go outside of their doors and be a man.
Find a wife and find a wife and procreate.
Well, be a man. Okay. And that's manage his own affairs. Management. The mentality of being the age of a man and not a child. They're comfortable that they no longer have to protect him, that he can go out upon the world and know through his own management the good, bad, things that are inherently dangerous, things that will protect him. They're confident that they taught him that, and it doesn't matter what age.
and culture and all that. Different parts of the world. I mean, listen, 14-year-olds ride around on motorcycles where I am right now. They go to school. Americans would freak
14-year-olds
out.
used to drive to school with their older brother and a shotgun, a rifle, and a couple pistols hanging in the back window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there was so much niggas on the road back in the day, dude.
We've got to get over the bullshit and quit cupcaking and coddling and let our children experience the world so they can protect themselves when they're older. If we don't do that ourselves and we're living in this deep indoctrinated cognitive dissonance that'll destroy our own lives, I can only imagine more and more people continuing to do the same thing. And that's what we need to stop. That's our accountability. What is your accountability? Are you going to bring your children up to know better? Or are you going to indoctrinate them to believe that they are required to have a social security card in order to get a job?
Well, parents patriae. So if you look it up on corner law to say ward of the state, but guess what? Who invented that? The church invented that stuff. So you're a ward of the church, a foundling hospital by all those Catholic charities.
Yep, a foundling. I mentioned Isaiah 54:17 earlier. Let's take a look at 54 verse 1. Sing, thou barren one, though thou did not travail with child, for there are more children of the desolate, or there are more desolate children than there are of the married wife. Saying that the orphan child and the ones that aren't being raised by a proper family are the ones that need you to adopt them. That's what the adoption is. You're supposed to adopt that which needs to be adopted, not what somebody wants you to adopt so you can fall to their jurisdiction. But
Yeah, and that's why they
to
want
bring them up.
moms. That's why moms want you to be an informant and use her maiden name because it goes back to a state and trust law. And guess what? When she signs as informant, because you don't have a dad, they took away your dad's right. So you're all bastards.
Right.
You're
Not
all
only
sons of
that, but
whores.
remember the mother's side of the inheritance in her it ants. It has a character of being in her. It ants, the character it is in her. And that's the dowry. That's the material inheritance. So when it comes to the material inheritance in a commercial world, the commercial documentation is based on the mother as informant. Correct. It's the privateering of the dowry. Again, this is why they have a state marriage license too.
And look what they've done to people in the West with, those stupid Muslims, those stupid Indians. They, an 18-year-old, they arranged the marriage with a 14. Listen, Europeans were doing that as well. 18-year-old boy with a 14-year-old girl. That was your great aunt. Not long ago, America.
And when they were doing that, the primary portion of their education was so that they could be in that union. So they were taught how to take care of each other. They were taught their roles, things like that, in a hierarchical standard. Today, we don't have that. Again, the families are being torn apart. And setting the house in order has nothing to do with the government house.
That's serious.
And it's the government house, that false patriarch, that's tearing apart the family structure. Deeply indoctrinating people more and more every generation. Sooner or later, it's going to get so bad. Again, like I said earlier, a nation becomes hedonistic, and that's their downfall. Every nation that was successful turned hedonistic and then plummeted.
Right.
Like, no. That one's, prime. Like, why would I want to stop that?
It stimulates the economy. Yeah, but they know. They knew. I sat in so many meetings with the government, and they would say they're going to come in here through here, go down this highway. They're going to stop at these hotels, and I was like, "What the?" And at that point, I'm like, "Why?" Shortly after that, that's when I started thinking, like, I need to get out of it. Like, this is so corrupt, and
What made you decide to get in that line of work, anyways?
Well, I had a very traumatic childhood growing up, and so I wanted to like help all the kids. And so I was like, "Oh, I'm going to save the world." I'm you know, I'm in this
How naive.
right? I know. And
Well, man,
so I wanted to save them and I wanted to help them. And
yeah, I want to hear more about women growing up in a traumatic childhood and advise me on life, please. Yes.
Well,
God alle Jezus, godverdomme. Ja, dat is precies wat ik wil, ja. Ja, I want to hear more of that. Yeah. Give me more. I want to hear that. I mean,
well,
yeah,
well,
man, come on, I want to hear it.
well, what's the issue with it though, Voy? Tell me what the issue is with it.
Yeah, what is the issue? Yeah, what is the issue? Come on.
Well, the issue is that so many people know what's going on, and again, back to that old adage, you know, it's evil only exists because good men refuse to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's clear she's a good-looking woman. She's probably from either the East Coast or West Coast. She's not from Texas. She would probably be what the Trump MAGA people would call a bleeding heart liberal. Like, I care about humanity, because you don't hear. She's a product of what'd she say is something childhood. Well, we all have, yeah, but I don't know why he's getting upset. She had good intentions.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the only thing I want people to comprehend here. I honestly believe she has good intentions, and she's speaking in a manner of third person so people can catch what she's saying without having to name names. And hopefully that will get people interested in do your research. Again, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe your mother for crying out loud, and certainly don't believe the woman we're listening to. Do your research. This is the imperative. That's what this social trust is all about. Is the education and the knowledge that we can objectively obtain together.
Because I've been there. So I know what it's like. And so I also know social workers that are, they've never been there. They've never walked the life. They've never, they don't know. They've never really seen addiction. They've never really seen.
Yeah, this is like I talk about probation officers and parole officers. A lot of those guys haven't been on the other side of the fence. They have no idea what addiction is about. They have no idea what a torn family is about. A lot of these different things that they really have no idea about. And yet they're supervising these people in multiple capacities. Legal.
The same thing goes for judges, dude. And
Yes.
the same thing goes for all these people that work in these institutions and these. I mean, they're totally useless. If they would be replaced by people that actually know what they're talking about, the world would be a better place within a year.
Actually, a lot of probation officers are drug addicts, and they plant drugs on their clients, as they call them. They plant drugs in their cokeheads as well.
Right, and that's just to keep the system going. That's just to keep the system. And there's nothing. There's no solution in the system. You know, there might be the exclusion, right? There might be of course, there will always be the noble exclusion there, right?
Right, and I think that's a big part of it is when we learn how to help hold these people accountable, so we can exclude them from continuing that in that position. It's going to help us do two things. It's going to, first of all, of course, help us to downsize that monstrous government, as well as to allow us then to see what gaps really need to be filled rather than just trying to call arms and fill every hole we make, because that's still keeping the government large. So if we learn how to downsize it first and then address each hole accordingly, well, this looks like a hole, but does it need to be filled? Not necessarily. Certainly not by a paycheck position, maybe. A volunteer community organization, sure. I think we have a lot of people that would be willing to do that. I remember the Neighborhood Watch program when I was a kid.
It can only be done through value, right? Only not through a next coin, not through a next currency.
Right, through a social value of appreciating each other as neighbors, looking out for each other.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. That's your most powerful position, folks.
That's the only thing, dude. I mean, and that it gets to grow worldwide. That's a good thing, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Not something that we should oppose, but you know, local is the only way. Local is the first way. If it's not local, it doesn't actually mean anything.
Yeah, well, your local is where you're going to have your strongest in everything. You're going to have your strongest politics at the local level. You're going to have your strongest economy at the local level. All of this, as long as you keep it local. But when you start exporting everything and you have people that coming into your local area that have never lived there and all of a sudden running for mayor because they were a mayor in another state or something, no, we got to quit that. Okay, it's having to do with your local structure and the most local
If anybody should be mayor of New York City, it should be Leonardo Yoni, right? I mean,
yeah, somebody local. And this is why I talk about the family structure and why that's so important in a strong nation. Because if your local economy and everything is upheld by the local families, and you don't have all the inside or outsiders coming in and exporting everything out, you've got your local family supplying their local community, and then the excess might go out. But what we have today is literally outsiders coming in, taking every resource, exporting it out, and then the local people have to import resources.
But Keith, you're missing one thing about MAGA, God, Make America Great Again. America's everything from Columbus discovered America. That wasn't North America. People in the United States don't have a nationality. Their history is a lie. We never got out from the European feudal British crown. The whole
Yeah,
thing's a
United
lie.
States. United States is not a nationality, folks. It's a gifted nationality, which is a corporate structure. That's a false nationality under a false patriarch. Your true nationality is born on American soil, again as a stranger and sojourner. Well, it's not even state of. It's just on American soil.
Yeah.
Because the land shall not be sold forever. So when we talk about land, which is soil, we talk about American soil. That's the closest definition. Again, because it's American soil, which includes North America, South America, and Central America. So as
I would say not Hawaii though. Hawaii
and also
is
Canada and Greenland. That's also
Yeah.
Canada and Greenland.
Right, but not Hawaii.
No, not Greenland. Not Greenland. No, that's
Canada.
So Keith, why is it I'm living here in Cambodia? Why are there no police here? And I'm not living in a war zone. There's no police. There's no family. They're not pulling people over for speeding. There's no family
That's a
court.
genuine question, right? That's not a complaint. That's not a complaint.
Yeah. No, I'm just wondering why Americans think that it's these back the blue.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, that's one of the things that's confounded me all my life. And it really disturbed me when my mother looked at me when I was like 49 years old. Said, Keith, the police are your authority. Sure. Excuse me? You're the one that kicked me out at 15 years of age because I refused to accept that going to church was going to teach me any better than what I already knew? Amazing shit. So anyway.
Yeah.
And so they don't treat you the same. They treat like just drugs. Just fucking stop. Why aren't you just doing this? Or
why don't you make good choices?
Right. Do better choices. You're just a shitty human being. No, you're not. You're not. You're a human. And so I think that I want to bring empathy to the.
What did you say? Oh, maybe that's something else.
To the whole situation.
You're human, yes. So you're a shitty human being. All humans are shitty.
Oh yeah.
All of us.
100%.
Every last one of us.
And we all fuck up.
Oh yeah.
And so giving people grace and applauding the baby steps, like the amount of people that
giving people grace. All you Christians out there, look up the doctrine of Christ.
No, I hear what she's saying. I mean, she's saying it in a very different way, but it makes sense. It does make sense. We all fuck up daily.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
That's why I appreciate you. You know, I may be a Gargamel at times, but that's not my entire character. That's only when I fuck up, man.
I know.
Lost their fucking shit because maybe they smoke pot, but I was like, at least you're not fucking smoking crack. I mean, I don't give a shit. And this is, I know California is different, but like in small town in Minnesota, when I first started child protection, pot was they were taking kids away for smoking pot. And I was like,
well, that's that part. There's still people serving prison sentences in California.
Right.
See, and that's another thing, you know, the marijuana laws and that's every seed and fruit bearing herb and tree, you know, and that's something for our natural observances, our natural use. And they're going to take, and it's not even a production. It's a plant that grows naturally. And they're going to take that out. That's part of our diet. That's part of our sacrament. Remember, we also spoke about in the Christian scriptures, they say, they talk about the three wise men, the Christmas story, the three wise men who brought frankincense, myrrh, and gold. And that was an oil, an incense, and a monatomic powder. I don't believe the three wise men brought gold bars to the little baby. I don't think it would serve the little baby to have gold as much as it would to have a powder.
Gold dust.
Yeah. Electrical batteries. We are battery units. We have anodes and cathodes, and one of the best elements for conducting electricity is gold. At a piezoelectric level, I would believe that gold would possibly enhance that electrical charge that we're able to produce or consume or transform or whatever it is that's happening, you know, as alchemical bodies. I believe it's only natural. I think that's the true value of gold.
So, if we would translate these three gifts that were brought to Christ or to Mary, even at that moment, like what would be the light? What would be the way? What would be the truth in these? Like frankincense would be what the way, the truth. I don't know.
Well, I think the light would be an olfactory, the incense, the myrrh that you inhale as they're burning it, or is the I think it's the frankincense that they burn, and it's the myrrh, which is an oil that you would apply to your body, you know. And then powder, the monatomic gold powder would be applied after you wash the oil off as the skin's absorbing it. You're going to oil it down and then rub all the excess oil off and then powder the baby. And the body's going to consume that oil. Not all of it, you know, it's some of it's going to evaporate and dry off just like water would, but your skin acts just like a sponge, just like your lungs. You breathe in, and just like your stomach, you could drink water. Your body's going to do the same thing. It's going to pass gases, just like your asshole. It's going to, just like your mouth, you breathe in oxygen and pass out carbon dioxide. It also breathes in liquids. And if there are nutrients in those liquids, then it's going to absorb those too.
Oh, well, that's quite an elaborate answer. I didn't expect that much of an elaborate answer. But man, I'm still digesting it. Wow.
Well, yeah, we have to understand that we are a unique alchemical battery, or chemical battery, if you want to call it that. All the nutrients in our body act as either an anode or cathode. All the fluids in our bodies act on the acidic or alkaline levels, depending on the salts in our body, which are various nutrients again. And all of these salts and all of these liquids are crystal forms. And all they're doing is breaking down and restructuring.
Yeah.
That's all
But
it's
I
doing.
mean, there's like 8 ways to do that.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
so one needs to know in which one of those 8 ways one is. Because it's all about the blood structure. How do you call this? Like, do you have an A, B negative or O positive or O negative blood structure? How do you call it? Blood group, right?
Right. Blood group. Yep.
Or heptanome. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
that's very important to know what your best diet is, and
Yeah, because they come from different cultural environments and stuff. I think in a base group, and it's like the sickle cell. The sickle
yeah,
cell is not a round blood cell. It's actually a flattened one that's got a concave surface, and
that's
so
why it's
they
called a sickle cell, right? Yeah.
right, and so they don't pass well. But again, you have to remember that chemical structure, which is crystalline, either liquid or solid. And so what's happening is there's a cell wall structure issue, and this is to the cell health. This is what I learned about the diet, like you were speaking about. The people with the sickle cell, I believe, and this is only from my own research and everything, and strictly an opinion. It is not medical advice. It's not legal advice or anything.
Very
But I
careful.
believe, yeah, I believe people that have sickle cell can easily abate that by understanding the diet and how that cell wall structure is provided for through the nutrients. Again, we are alchemical bodies that have different anodes and cathodes as nutrients. And when you have a different shaded melanated skin, there's temperature variances and stuff like that from the radiation of the sun, or even indoor lights, for crying out loud, can also help the a darker body generate, because the darker skin is going to collect more of that light. It's going to absorb more of that light. And so we have to understand the health and the diet is priority. I was recently declared cancer free after going through lung cancer, and I thought I was damn near on my deathbed because I couldn't get off the couch. I sat on the couch almost motionless for 9 months on fentanyl and hydromorphone, and it's astounding that when I took on those changes of the diet and the ivermectin and all the nutrients and making sure I kept my pH balanced, it's amazing.
Well, I mean,
Amazing. I feel
but
totally different.
but
I
it's
can remember that. That was like what, 2.5, 3 years ago when you were in that.
Yep.
Yeah, you were death warmed over.
I dropped down to 105 pounds.
yeah. Hey, but I mean, it just comes down to a healthy diet discipline, right?
Yeah, but you got to figure out your own
Yeah.
diet. You got to be in touch with yourself. You
Yeah.
can't listen to this diet. They keep selling diet after diet. Listen, just
Yeah,
what
and that's
makes
that.
you feel good.
Yeah, see, that's that id part. Okay, understand what you like when it comes to food.
And even if it goes
Listen,
against your culture, because it's like meat and potatoes, America, just because
yeah,
that's maybe you need to eat more fish and Mediterranean food.
Dude,
yeah,
Maybe you need to
exactly,
be a vegetarian.
exactly. Liver is a
I've also been reading into to the diet that would accompany my my blood group, right? And I was like, that's like totally the opposite of what I like. And I'm like, no, I'm not just gonna live on fish and water. It's just no. I
yeah.
just that was like that was like pretty much the advice I got. Like, no, you shouldn't eat any meat, just fish and beans and vegetables and water. And I was like,
Yeah,
no,
and see the
no,
problem with that is
I like beef, I like bacon, and I need beef and I need bacon, and come on, no.
well, and see the comprehension there is to understand the underlying, again, chemical structures and makeups of the foods. So you have omega fish oils that you can get through fish, right? But there's also other foods that you can get those same kinds of oils, and they're going to work just great. One of the things I have been doing here recently, because our dog has some kind of skin condition, probably some kind of yeast reaction or something. But I recently started making him homemade treats, and one of the ingredients is coconut oil. Yeah. So using coconut oil is a natural oil that almost every living creature on this planet can use. Same with honey. And both of them are very healthy, no matter where you come from, no matter what part of the world.
Oh,
I urge
by the way,
everybody to
same
do your
goes for
research on
whiskey.
those.
All generations, all
alcohol, yes.
Yeah, I mean whiskey. I mean, especially good whiskey. I mean, the birds love it, the foxes love it, everybody loves it, dude.
Yep.
Or pot.
Right. Which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and pot too. While we're thinking about it.
And so giving people grace and walking alongside them, and the amount of times that I would go and grab girls out of trap houses and be like, you're not
if you
doing
got
this.
it.
But I've also, so it's a situation. And so I went in there thinking that I could make change and I can help these girls and I can relate to them and try to guide them based off someone on their level versus
someone who's coming from a textbook.
Right. And thinking that I'm better than you. And I'm going to
I'm your savior.
Right. And have this God complex.
Yeah.
No.
And see, that's, oops, I don't know what happened there.
We are.
And that's one thing I will tell you. Your piece of paper hanging a wall means nothing compared to your behaviors being proven by your knowledge being proven by your behaviors and actions.
Right. I've never seen Thomas Sowell with any kind of paper behind him, but Thomas Sowell makes absolutely best statements ever.
Yeah, when you've got a piece of paper hanging on a wall and you profess that you know better because somebody else bound you by their words, I urge you to reconsider your education.
We're on the same level. We are equals, and
we're equals.
God damn it.
We're equals.
Oops, what happened here? My mouse is messing up here, but there we go.
Have I done, if one bad thing, all of us, any fucking person watching this, anyone, if any of us got caught or anyone made one wrong decision, we could be them at any point in time. At any point in time, we could be in their shoes.
No, it's all about butterfly effect.
Right.
And this is.
Say what?
She said we could be them.
Yeah.
We could be them. Yeah.
Well, and I talk about this all the time.
It's a better construction, though.
Yeah, if I was caught doing the things that some of these people are caught doing, you or me, as regular people, we would be in prison. This is not just corruption. This is criminal activity.
One of the things when
it's criminal activity is actually a down statement. I mean, it's like multi-generational criminal activity, right? I mean, these people are way beyond and beyond the law, above and beyond the law.
Absolutely, I agree with you there. That's why I say, we've got to stop it somewhere. Otherwise, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse every generation, as I've seen.
Yeah.
It's me when people are like, "Oh, you're a good guy. You're such a no. I'm a fallible human being.
Right.
Everyone's a fallible human being."
Mm-hmm.
The illusion that someone's a good or bad person is just an illusion.
And it's based off other people's perception.
Yeah, and I spoke on this too earlier. I can understand a lot of these people get into these careers thinking that they're going to be a hero for someday. Someday, as an attorney, they're going to come across a case where somebody really needs them. They're really been put through the ringer, and they're going to be seen as a hero. The officer is going to be a lifesaver. He's going to come across an accident and save some lives. But in the meantime, there's all these other duties and everything that go on, and the nepotism and cronyism and the gang mentality and the buddy and back to blue and all this.
Yeah, but the people that promote this, like you said, right? They still have the dream. All the people that we
Yeah.
see on screen that we're watching are young people, right? I mean, we've got the wrinkles in our face, you know.
Yeah.
They will tell a different story when they have, you know, a similar face to us. When they get some wrinkles, they will know better.
Yeah, when they've been put to the ringer themselves in these positions, they grow up and they actually get to be that hero cop they thought they wanted to be. But when they enter the force, they don't see any other heroes. And the only way for them to stand up as a hero is to commit career suicide. Now they can't be a cop anymore. So where's the hero?
Yeah.
You know, they become disenchanted, but they can't give up the paycheck. That's the problem.
I've spoken with
what does
many.
Eric have to say about this?
I've spoken with many ex-cops who ended up in prison because their brothers in blue planted drugs in their locker. Go look up the movie Serpico, where he was kind of this hippie and they shot him in the back and blamed it on the brothers. And you can't be a good cop.
Right.
I mean, maybe you don't want to be corrupt, but you're gonna have to look the other way.
Yep.
If you
And so,
report, file a
that's
report
such a
on one of your
such
brothers.
a legit thing to say, because I've heard people say made the same argument from a different angle, and they said there's no such thing as a good cop or a bad cop because they all agree with the bad cops. Right? Comes down to the same
Well,
thing.
see, the cop is the uniform. The cop is the perceived authority. That brother, that neighbor, that son might be a good, or female might be a good. Yeah, they might be a good neighbor, but once you put on that clown uniform, you're engaged in criminality.
You're part of a fucking gang. You know, just a gang. Just
Yeah, and
mafia.
that's the thing about the cronyism. It is gang mentality.
Yeah.
That's that group space, safe think that I talk about. You got group think safe space. It's where people in one group have a safe space because they all think the same thing.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, that's
Oh,
I mean
no.
that could even be a good thing. Okay, but it's not necessarily a good thing either.
Well, when it's fomenting
the thing is,
criminal activity, no.
yeah, but the thing is that it pretends to be just. You know, the police and the courts pretend to be just. You know, just, and just means right. You know, just means right.
Yep. And they're far from right.
And they're not. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, they're not even left. They're not even right. They're just deep down below. You know,
they're criminals. They're criminals.
And other people's complaints.
And this is from And Now We Drink Shots. I dropped the link in the chat earlier. I'm going to drop it again just so you got it.
I mean, I've got a glass of vodka here, so.
So there's the link to Now We Drink Shots. We just watched a video from him. And then we've got the next one is 4 cops terrify innocent family, injure the disabled veteran dad. And then they make, oops.
I'm never Oh no. I know. I can't watch too much of this, dude. Oh, no.
See, this comes at a time where I want to point out I watched a video yesterday of ICE, pulled the guy over, checked his paper, come to find out he's a Honduran, born a United States citizen in Honduras. And now he's up here in the States. But he was born a United States citizen. Mom and dad were United States citizens living in Honduras. And now he's up here in the States. And they pulled him over, checked his paperwork. 5 minutes later, ICE again. ICE already pulled him over. 5 minutes later, another group of ICE guys pull him over, bust his window, yank him out. Meanwhile, people all around are telling him they just pulled him over 5 minutes ago. They just showed him his identification. Got all kinds of witnesses. They still barge. They still break his window. They still pull him out. They still throw him on the ground. They still handle him roughly and put him in cuffs, despite all the evidence otherwise.
I mean, it sounds a bit like back in the 30s in Europe, right? Sounds a bit like that.
Sounds like dick slinging, putting on a show. You know, kind of like Vlad the Impaler.
It does sound.
Yeah, Vlad the Impaler put on a show to terrify the people so they wouldn't go against his authority. Sounds the exact same fucking thing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was saying earlier, it's terrorism. Uh-huh. It's domestic terrorism by ICE agents.
It's just
on
getting
American
everybody
soil.
used. It's just everybody getting used to getting the wrong people out of the neighborhood, right? And that could be anybody in the end. You know, it will even be you yourself.
Yeah, back in the blue until it happens to you. They don't know. They don't
In
care
the end,
what skin color it is. They're both black and white.
I don't approve or disapprove the thing that's going on, but the thing that is going on is that it's getting everybody used to army in the streets.
Yes, it is desensitizing people to make it seem normal to have armored tanks and military on our streets. Why do you think we followed the German Autobahn for our road construction?
Yeah. That's basically what's happening. Yeah.
Back up! Everybody back up now! I didn't want to do this in front of him. I want to talk to him.
This disabled military veteran was completely
And
confused.
and
when
what's
police
also
officers-
contributing to that, Perro, is all the Muslims. Like all of a sudden, there's Muslim cells in in Minnesota or Minneapolis.
Yeah, we have a melting pot culture, and people don't understand that when you come to America, we allow you to follow your culture to the extent that you merge with American society. So if you want to practice your voodoo, you can practice your voodoo. But just like the Christian scripture says, and why I also do not agree with these public churches that hire women as preachers and pray in public, that we're supposed to do that in private. So if you want to follow your voodoo, you do it in private. If you want to follow your Muslim stuff, you do it in private. But to try to force it upon the public venue and make public laws across the board, that's a violation against the First Amendment. Congress shall make no laws respecting the establishment of religion by trying to make your religious laws our unified national laws. Go ahead.
Yeah. Eric, what do you think of that?
Well, it's funny because the modern world, whether in China or Europe, they say, "Oh, we live in a what's the word that's when it's not religious, a secular world." No, they don't. In the U.S. district courts lie because they have it says they have judicial canons. Oh, so see, ecclesiastical is still there. That's why they wear the black robes. So whether it's Sharia law or canon law, which is Roman Christian, or Talmudic law, I don't want any part of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I like that. So I mean, since you don't want to have any part of it, and I mean, dude, I love that explanation. You know, you're not going for any of these options, and so what is your option, Eric?
Well, there is no law, and I'm sorry for papal bulls. Any man or woman can invoke their own ecclesiastical. Yeah, okay. The practice of a spiritual or ecclesiastical court to which is added a brief discourse of the structure and manner of forming the libel or declaration. Yeah.
Declaration. What did we read earlier?
Keith can have his own ecclesiastical law. FYI,
As he
everybody
does.
listening.
As he does.
A man is bound by his word. So
Mhm.
you have to make your own law. In making your own law, you adopt a law and write it in your own words. If you learn the Lord's Prayer, but you learn other words that you can use to suffice those words, you can rewrite the Lord's Prayer in your own words, saying the same message, and they'll get the point. That is your law. That's literally all it takes. A man is bound by his word. If a man is bound by his word, and all that is in earth is repeated in heaven, then I shall follow the law of the earth, the natural law, because it's beautiful, like Eric said earlier.
And by the way, you don't even need to put, once you invoke your own ecclesiastical, which is tied to natural law, common law is underneath that constitution, that trust indenture. That constitution is not for me. I don't even talk about First Amendment. Second Amendment. No. That's for those people. Those are for the slaves.
Yeah, like I said, the Declaration of Independence is actually a declaration of war as well. It's giving you a quid pro quo on both sides. This is what we demand. If not, we're willing to war.
Officers showed up at his home one evening telling him that they wanted him to step outside and talk.
We got to talk to you about something, okay? And I'd just rather not do it in front of your family. We could just be right here.
Purple.
Negative, thank you.
It's a purple human eater. It's a purple.
Purple people eater, huh?
Purple people.
Now this here, I wanna mention we're in a doorway. So when it comes to the curtilage, these officers are wanting him to come outside because now once he comes outside of that dwelling, that's a temple. Now he's on the land and they can go by admiralty maritime law on the land. Commercial. He followed a request to come outside. Don't do it. Not in my opinion. This is not legal advice. That is a temple.
That's not how that works.
Wait, excuse me. You cannot come into my home.
But when he wisely said no, even though they had no warrant, the officers barged into his home in front of his entire family, handcuffing him, threatening to tase him, and throwing him to the ground, injuring him in front of his shocked family.
Can we get you outside?
Why do you need me outside?
We were trying to get you in a better situation.
I've been in the military
I
for
understand.
25.
Why do I need to go outside? We need to get you in a better situation. No, the better situation is that you don't violate the law and his privacy by entering into his home. The people shall be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. You just violated his Fourth Amendment freedom of his persons, houses, papers, and effects by taking control of it.
Yeah,
That's kidnapping.
I know.
We're trying to help better right now. So what?
You're a Marine too?
Then these cops realized that, oops, they were at the wrong person's house. Why?
Oops. Even if they're at the wrong person's house, I still question why they barged in without a warrant. Oops. I don't give a goddamn what they're using as an excuse here.
I know, dude.
They were looking for a shoplifter who allegedly stole $150 worth of shrimp from a Winn-Dixie. A shop.
$150.
$150 worth of shrimp. Okay, that fucking got me.
That's what, 10 bags of 60-count shrimp, medium-sized shrimp. 10 bags of jumbo shrimp, 12-count. So 120 pieces of shrimp.
And they even got the wrong guy. I mean, yeah.
Fuck me.
That's fine.
Shoplifter who was not him and who did not even match his description.
You guys can't tell me why the hell you guys are here at night?
That's bad enough, but the most shocking thing about this is that an entire group of police officers thought that they were all entitled to just barge into this guy's house and handcuff him without a warrant. Every government employee from top to bottom who is responsible for this must be held accountable.
And that's what I'm talking about. The people that sign on, co-sign for these people. You know, the boss that's supposed to have
I've been
trained
in
them.
that situation, you know, and none of these people are accountable. They are the victim. They
Yeah.
are the victim. They
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what they do. They barge in your house and they are the victim in the end. And I asked the judge, why am I arrested? She said, that's not the issue here. You know, you opposed arrest. And I said, "Yeah, why was I arrested in the first place?
Yeah.
You opposed
Can I
arrest,
have the nature and cause of the crime first?
right? Yeah. And she said, well, that's not the case. You opposed.
Yeah. See, that's and
I mean,
it's so
I've been there. You know, yeah, I mean, that it's like Alice in Wonderland. You know, it doesn't make
Yep.
any sense.
And I got to tell you, boy, it certainly has been a rabbit hole these last 10 years. I assure you, folks.
Yeah,
Do not believe me.
You know.
Do not believe the neighbor. Do not believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your neighbor. Do your research. And in doing that research, at least ask question of other people that have done it, whether they had college research or YouTube. What'd you do? Get your college education on YouTube?
I mean, you've been there too, right? I mean, but there's no magic words in court, right?
No, there aren't. The best you can do is comprehend the language the best you can, and always, people, always, don't ever bend and tell a lie. Always tell the truth.
You've seen the importance of tech in protecting our constitutional rights. Without audio and video footage, we'd be left without the evidence required to show the world what really happened.
I'll have this place ready to burn. You would not believe.
Basically, our smartphones have become a lifeline for our rights. And that's why I'm excited to partner with D-Brand, because you're going to buy phone accessories rather than buy the garbage that you have bought in the past. I want to hook you up with the company that several disabilities, 20-plus year U.S. Florida police officers barged into the wrong person's home without a warrant, violating the sanctity of a family's home and demonstrating pure ignorance of the most basic of constitutional rights. Victor Gordillo is a 20-plus year U.S. Army veteran and had just returned from active reserve duty. He and his wife Jennifer both work for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. His military...
And this is a recent case in June of this year.
Service left him with several disabilities, and in fact, he just had back surgery before this happened. Seminole County, Florida Sheriff's deputies showed up at his home in Lake Mary, Florida after 10 p.m. on Sunday, June 8th of this year. They said they needed to talk to a Victor Washington Gordillo Jr., and they did not want to do it in front of his family. They were there because they were attempting to assist their colleagues from the nearby Oviedo Police Department with a complaint that they had received from the store manager of a Winn-Dixie grocery store that someone had shoplifted $150 worth of shrimp. The suspect...
So they had a complaint, but no warrant. Sorry, you'll have to use service of process now. You can't just go around arresting people. Service of process with a proper investigation. Call the guy up, get him down to your office, serve him with your affidavit.
And this heinous crime apparently had the same name as Victor Gordillo Jr. because it was in fact allegedly Victor Gordillo Sr., his father. Now, the shoplifting allegations were never pursued in the end because the store, Winn-Dixie, was unable to actually provide enough information to even identify a suspect or that a crime had occurred, apparently. But
oops. So you see, it's imperative to know the chain of evidence from top to bottom and from bottom to top, inside and out.
somehow Victor Sr.'s name had come up along with his date of birth. That placed his birth year as 1955. And for reference, Victor Jr.'s birth year is 1978. So if Victor Sr. was the man they were looking for, the Victor they were looking for was around 70 years old. Oviedo's report said that they had first gone to Victor Sr.'s wife's house and learned that he no longer lived there. They tried multiple phone numbers for him, which did not work. So they asked the Seminole County Sheriff's Office to go to his son's house and ask whether Gordillo Sr. perhaps maybe staying there with him.
So they knew they didn't have a warrant to search this house for that person. but they went to this house looking for that person and knew the person that they were handcuffing was not the person they were looking for by obvious age difference. So you understand the criminality here? The criminality is sedition and treason, threats and intimidation upon people that have nothing to do with it. And if there was a warrant, wouldn't be the person named in the warrant.
We can tell already that constitutional rights are probably the furthest thing from these officers' minds because we already have a violation and there has been zero dialogue even exchanged yet. I believe that part of the alleged description that came from the Winn-Dixie store manager was a plate number. That has led them to a potential suspect, so they go to that suspect's son's house. They see a car in the driveway under a car cover. The officer walks onto the driveway. He lifts the car cover to see if it has a license plate and if it matches. There's a word that describes what he's doing. He's searching for information. He's performing a search.
He's performing a search, and many states now want to call it a inventory. But let me explain to you the verbiage of inventory versus search. The definition of inventory is a list of things. Prerequisite is that it is a list of things compiled of things to be found or acquired. In other words, you need to search for them. It's a list of things to be found. Or things found because you already searched, like an inventory at a restaurant. You search through a price guide for the different prices of the fries that you want to acquire from a manufacturer. So you have an inventory, and then you search through that inventory to make sure that it's compiled correctly, and you acquired the manufacturer for which you wanted to get some fries from. So inherently, an inventory is required to have a search. They come together. If they search your vehicle, they're making an inventory. And if they have an inventory, it's a search warrant of things and persons to be searched and seized in a place named to be searched and seized.
So happens that in 2018, there was a U.S. Supreme Court case, Collins versus Virginia, that addressed this specific issue. Police cannot enter the curtilage of a home to search a vehicle parked within the curtilage of that home, e.g. driveway, without a warrant, even where they have probable cause. So
without a warrant, again, like I mentioned, that curtilage, that's your private property. And without a warrant, they're not even supposed to come on it, except to knock on the door to see if you would speak to them. If they knock, you don't open the door, you tell them you don't want to talk to them, they need a search warrant. In my opinion, again, not legal advice.
here, the officer entered within the curtilage, I would argue, the driveway of that home, and performed a search of that vehicle for potential incriminating information. And he has no warrant, much less probable cause. Let's continue.
Let me make contact. No. It's a dark one, but it doesn't even have 28 on it. It was 2765, right?
So they know they're at the right house to speak to the son. But they're going to go on their assumption that daddy, since he's not living with his wife, is now living with the son. And they're going to search without a warrant to see if that's true. In order to search, they handcuff the younger one. For what?
Sheriff's office. Sheriff's office. Sheriff's office. Can you open the door, please? The sheriff's office, Seminole County. Can you open the door, please?
Can you open the door, please? Hey, hello. Hey, I'm sitting here from the county sheriff's office. How's it going?
First
It wasn't
mistake.
Victor Sr.'s
First
house. It was
mistake. I
Victor
mean,
Jr.
that's first and final mistake is opening the door.
Yeah, don't open the door. You can communicate through the door, folks.
Yeah, and they will say,
heard you.
and they will say, I don't like communicating like this. And I would be
Then-
behind the door, like, yeah, me neither. Just go away. Just, I
Then-
mean, you know.
Then give me a call, or properly
Right.
serve me with a warrant, or
Yeah.
through the mail.
Right. That because if I want to get into contact with you, if I want to call the police, you know, I'm gonna have to first call you, and then make a good reason, and then you should call me first. Just call me. You know where you're going. Call me first, and because I'm not gonna open up the door for a bunch of people with guns and an attitude.
Oh yeah, I have a hard time doing it myself, but I got a companion here that I got to worry about now. So I might open the door, but I always step outside then. Don't ever be afraid if you know what you're doing, and always understand that even if you do have the courage and you step outside, it can still go sideways. You have to be able to take that accountability and responsibility and know that what you're doing is right.
It's a different country, though, right?
Yes.
Sr.'s house. And when they knock on the door, Victor and his
Like I said, I go to city councils wearing a short mustache, reminding them that I see on American soil people are slowly turning into Hitler's willing executioners, and I ain't putting up with it no more.
Respect.
wife, Jennifer,
Respect.
refused to step outside, telling the officers that they did not consent to the officers entering their home because they had no idea why the deputies were there.
Yes. Are you Victor, Mr. Victor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
just right here.
No, negative.
All right, what's your date of birth?
I don't get that.
Okay. Do you have a son or just you, Victor?
What you got?
Do you have a son or just you? See, they already know the birth date is 1955 and the guy's 70 years old, and they're looking at a 50-year-old man, 45. They already know that. Lying bastards.
Look, I don't want to do this. We got to talk to you about something, okay? And I'd just rather not do it in front of your family. We could just be right here. Okay?
We got to talk to you about something, and I'd rather not do it in front of your family. We can do it right here. No, you're still looking for the wrong man. You're still talking to the wrong man. See, this is just like the receiver of process earlier. See, he doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't have to accept service. You want to talk to his daddy? Go talk to his daddy. I don't know nothing about it.
What? My husband's in the military.
I understand that, but if you just come out here.
Nope, negative. Thank you.
Okay, that's not how that works.
Wait, excuse me.
So can Victor and his wife, Jennifer, do that? Can they just...
And notice the man tried shutting the door here, folks.
Look, I don't want to do this. We got to talk to you about something.
Not you reach for the door.
From your family. We could just be right here.
About what?
About what?
My husband's in the military.
I understand that, but if you just come out here.
Nope, negative. Thank you.
Okay, that's not how that works.
Wait, excuse me.
Notice how he reached behind the door to shut it. She stood in and said, no, I want to continue arguing. You gotta stop it, ladies. Let the man protect you. He was going to shut the door. You're in front, and you held the door open. You invited him. Stop it.
So can Victor and his wife, Jennifer, do that? Can they just stand inside the threshold of their home and say, hello, officers, thank you for coming, but no, we don't want to talk to you, and we don't want to go outside. Have a nice day.
Don't need to say it. Just shut the door. You don't need to tell them you don't want to talk to them. Just shut the door.
Yeah.
Okay, and shut the door on them. Because I have so many videos out of Florida, I already have the 11th Circuit case law on this specific issue.
I mean,
Handy, here it is.
Don't
Moore
even
versus
shut
Peterson,
the door.
11th Circuit, which is controlling.
Don't open the fucking door when they are in front of it, right? If they're just talking to you, you can just, if you can hear them through the door, they can hear you through the door too. That's
well, and look at this. This is a case in 2015 in 11th Circuit Court, Moore versus Peterson, when the people knocked, or when the police knocked on a door and the occupant chooses
2015.
to open the door and speak with the officers, the occupant need not allow the officers to enter the premises and may refuse to answer any questions at any time. That means you can shut the door at any time as well. You don't have to talk to them.
When the police knock on a door and the occupant chooses to open the door and speak with the officers, the occupant need not allow the officers to enter the premises and may refuse to answer any questions at any time. Can these officers who do not have a warrant of any kind just go ahead and arrest Victor or arrest Jennifer for any crime at all as they stand within the threshold of the front door of their home? Looking again at Moore versus Peterson, the 11th Circuit warned police officers that they violate the Fourth Amendment when they effect a warrantless arrest at the threshold.
That's what I said earlier. When it comes to that curtilage, you're not supposed to be on that property except to knock on the door and ask them if they talk to you.
Of a home where they lack probable cause and either exigent circumstances or consent. So a reasonable articulable suspicion of criminal wrongdoing is not enough, and probable cause alone is not enough. They have to have a warrant which requires probable cause, or they have to have either exigent circumstances, which means an emergency is occurring in the house basically, or the homeowner's consent to.
And in this case, they had no evidence that anything was even fucking stolen. Therefore, there's no probable cause or even nature.
Yeah.
So how could they even have a reason to be on the man's property, even knock? They didn't.
Enter the threshold of their home and arrest them, which clearly they do not have here, where the homeowner is attempting to close the door on them and refusing to answer questions and telling them that they do not consent to them entering their home. So yes, Victor and Jennifer absolutely have the right to close the door in the officer's face, tell them to go away, and come back with a warrant.
Okay, we need to talk to you.
Oh, Vito, excuse me.
Hey, Vero, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna see you on the next one. I'm always enjoying interactions with you, and yeah, I hope to see you again.
Appreciate you coming up, brother. Appreciate you. Be blessed. Thanks again.
Looking for Victor Guillon.
My husband Gordillo.
Victor Gordillo.
Just come out here.
outside right now.
No.
Look, please, we don't want to do this for any family, but we need to talk to you.
Excuse me, you cannot come into my home.
No, just come out. I don't want to force you.
Wait a minute, you cannot come into my home.
Okay, there was an incident in Oviedo, okay, and we need to talk to you about. So
About what?
What's the incident? I will talk to you here, but I'm not going to ask you again. I don't want to force you.
No, you cannot come into my home.
Okay.
But then the deputies push their way.
And see, even if they have a warrant, he still does not have to talk to him. See, this is your right of counsel. You don't have to say a word under the Fifth Amendment. Not one word. Sorry. Even if you want to talk to me, you'll have to wait and do it through my counsel.
Way into the home anyways, despite not having any sort of warrant authorizing them to do so.
I'm not forcing you out here. Civil veteran.
Excuse me, you cannot, wait a minute, you cannot come into my home. Wait a minute.
Stop. What are you doing? Yeah, you're being detained.
Call 911.
You're going to get tased. His own home. No warrant, no probable cause. Not there for him. They know it. Yet they're going to hold him. They're going to kidnap him, imprison him in his own home. Once they put him in cuffs and move him, that is kidnapping. Once they put him in cuffs, that is imprisonment.
Of what?
Shoplifting for what? Come outside.
I don't even go to my husband, excuse me. Call 911. What the fuck?
I'm never saying, put your hands behind your back.
Don't take it.
Can't resist unlawful arrest. What you can do is use reasonable measures to resist unlawful arrest. This is where a well-armed militia has its power. This is a military man. And they're using a standing army. To commit these crimes.
Back up!
I didn't want to back up.
I didn't want to do this. Yes, you did, because you have absolutely no authority to do so. That means you must have wanted to do it. Purely want, because there's no authority behind it.
Stop.
Trying to secure one. Secure one what? Suspect? Criminal? Person to be seized under warrant? Seize one what?
Let them work this out, okay? Why?
North 1033.20.
Okay. Where are you taking him? Where? Austin.
We'll get you guys in a minute. Just give us some space.
You need to back up. Everybody back up.
Get you guys a minute. Just give us some space in your house where we're not supposed to be. Everyone back up in your house where we're not supposed to be. Set thine house in order, folks.
Now, I didn't want to do this in front of him. I want to talk to him.
I didn't want to do this in front of you. I wanted to talk to him. Yeah, you wanted to talk to him. As you said, you didn't want to do this. You wanted to talk to him. You have no right to talk to him. You don't know anything about it. You're looking for his daddy. You're at the wrong place.
Everyone go to your room. Right. I'm going to sit you up. Let's just get you out of here. All right. I'm going to sit you up and we're going to stand up. Okay?
I'm going to sit you up and get you out of here. See, that's the kidnapping part. They're going to move him. They're going to take him away from where he was unlawfully. That's kidnapping. And they're doing it for $150. Anyone caught stealing one of the children of the brethren of Israel and making merchandise of them shall be put to death. Ye shall put evil away from amongst ye, you Christians.
Let's set you up. Watch your slap.
Give me the phone.
I'm gonna sit you up. What's wrong with your back?
My back. I've had surgery in my back.
Okay.
My back.
Well, I just wanted to take you out. Okay. We said you sit you up.
We're going to check you out. What? You're going to medically check me out without a medical license after you already unlawfully arrested me, put me in handcuffs? You're torturing me. This is terrifying. You have no right to be here.
We're gonna get this. Let's get you outside.
My back is done. Can you move it all? My freaking feet are hurting right now. I can't feel my feet. We're gonna try to lift it. Dude, my back is gone. I'm serious. Like I don't.
Is that the now?
Can you sit me down? Like everything is like hurting right now. It's hurting.
And they came into my home.
What's going on? Is your legs hurting?
When my back goes out, I can't put pressure. You guys put pressure on it.
Would you? Are we able to sit you up? I understand. We're able to sit you up or lean you outside.
No, you don't understand. How can you possibly understand when you violated, in everything you've done, you violated law left and right? You did not go on this man's property, onto his curtilage, to knock on his door and ask him if he would talk to you. You went on there, you wanted to talk to him, and that was your final goal, no matter what. Despite the fact you have no warrant, despite the fact you know he's not the man you're looking for, despite the fact you don't know where the man you are looking for is.
I cannot.
That's if we release the channel.
If you lift me up, I'm gonna go down.
Okay. We just want to prop you up somewhere. Can we get you outside?
Why do you need me outside?
Yeah, see, they want to get him outside. They want to kidnap this man. That's their intent. They want to get him outside. Excuse me. He has a medical issue with his back. You're supposed to call the medics. Let them move him. He needs to have a doctor look at him after you just fucking mangled him. Physically abused him.
we're trying to get you in a better situation.
I don't have anything for my family. I've been in the military
I
for
understand.
25 years.
We're trying to get you better right now. So
I'm going to take a real quick break here, folks. Please enjoy a short break while I go do that, and I'll be right back. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe button, and see you soon.
Hold up, grab my soda, cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape ape. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you so lit, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimations. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan. How you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation. You're a cheap imitation. Dark said hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over, it's been non-big.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Productions.
So what?
You're a Marine too?
Can we get you outside?
You're in a Marine store, you're doing this crap?
Is your leg? Can I move this leg out from under you?
You can try. You can try. You can get some pressure.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to straighten out your legs.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Oh my God.
So if you got anything, that's
Okay, we got the fire department coming for you. Okay, what else is hurting? Is it just the legs?
I can't stand up, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, they got the fire department coming for him with the medic.
Like you.
What can we do? Is your legs still hurting? Is it your whole back? Any specific part of your back?
What can you do? You can fucking learn your job and not fucking push the extreme limits by escalating every step along the way, so you can get a fucking citation and reach some kind of goddamn quota for your fucking paycheck. You ignorant fucks. Excuse my language, people.
Stand me up, but my back is gone. My back is gone.
That's my dad. You're the bad dad. My dad.
What are you guys doing?
Just right now, let's just wait till the fire department gets here. We'll explain some further to you, okay?
Oh my God.
Try to keep you as comfortable as
You
you can.
guys can't tell me why the hell you guys are here at night.
Like I said, for right now, let's just focus on the fire department checking you out, okay?
I don't even know why the hell you guys are here. Oh, shit. Oh,
Can you prop him up on the side? I'm gonna keep rolling up. Is your leg okay bent like that?
I can't even feel it.
Clearly, Victor is in a lot of pain, but fortunately, Seminole County Fire Department shows up with emergency medical services. But also, unfortunately, this one particular employee of theirs who talks to the police officer apparently is more concerned with impressing his police officer buddies than he is treating this victim who needs his help.
And you thought the officer was a sadist, huh?
Complaining about, I guess he's got probably back issues, and he's saying his legs are getting numb and stuff like that. We just got him propped up. We weren't trying to move him around too much. He's saying he's got prior back issues. We were trying to restrain him. Obviously, he didn't comply. He's saying he has prior back issues, and now his back's hurting, and he can't move too much, and he's saying his legs are starting to feel numb and things like that. So we just have him propped up. We weren't trying to move him around too much until you guys got here. I mean, he looks like he's in pain, but I mean,
all of a sudden he's in serious pain that he's getting arrested?
Possibly, yeah. So like I said, we just haven't been trying to move him.
Coincidentally, see, these people are not supposed to be doing any kind of psychological bibble babble between them. Okay. The simple thing is, you've got a job. You're qualified for the medical side. You need to determine whether he's doing it or whether he's faking it or if it's real. I can't. I'm not the medically licensed one. But see, neither one of them is going to admit that. Neither one of them is going to be transparent about it. Neither one of them is going to take accountability for their true duty in law. And that's to, treat their fellow neighbor appropriately, right? Oh, no man anything but to love one another. For to love one another is to fulfill the law. They're not curious or even wanting to fulfill the law. They need a paycheck.
Did you hear what this employee of the Seminole County Fire Department said? Something like, well, don't effing get arrested then. Meanwhile, this 20-plus year disabled military veteran is laying inside the threshold of his own home.
Don't fucking get arrested then. Don't fucking get arrested then. Well, that implies that the police, when they arrest you, you will have a medical emergency. And that you shouldn't be getting arrested.
Home injured because his government employee colleagues illegally, in violation of their oath, in violation of the Constitution, crossed the threshold of that home and injured the man inside his own home. And there's no doubt that the man was completely innocent. And there's also no doubt that these cops broke the law when they did it. But look at the treatment you get in Seminole County, Florida, from your public servants. Shame on them. And it just keeps getting worse. So this is apparently what happened as the EMS are taking Victor to the hospital. Seminole County deputies realized that they had the wrong person. So they catch up with the ambulance, they take the handcuffs off of him, and then the supervisor who was on duty. I have all of the original body cam files that were provided by the attorney for the family. So according to the file name, the supervisor's body cam that I'm going to show you right now, his name is Pompey, P-A-M-P-E. He is the supervisor on duty. I believe his first name is Ryan. He goes up to the family at their front door. They're obviously upset, and he apologizes, right? He admits that they screwed up, right? No. He goes up and he completely gaslights the family.
Supervisor on duty for this area right now. I just kind of want to give you an overview of what happened and why it happened, and then what we can go forward with this.
I'm going to give you a review of what happened and why it happened. Oh, minutes after the ambulance left, and you reviewed it. Tell me how that works. Now, please continue on with your fucking babble.
You can record, that's fine. It's all good. So we had information at Oviedo. Oviedo PD contacted us. There was a shoplifting in Oviedo, and we had a suspect. I guess it's the father of the individual that was here tonight. But
no, you don't guess. You knew. So please, again, continue on with more of your fucking babble. You knew. That's why you asked him if he had a son.
They gave us the wrong information. They gave us his information, not the father's information.
No, they didn't. They gave you a birthday of 1955. And they gave you a birthday of 1979, clarifying it was the 1955 one. The father, not the son.
And they said, this is the suspect. Make contact with them. If you make contact with them, arrest them, take him to the jail. And we confirmed it with the Oviedo officer. Yep. Go make contact with him. So it was in our dispatch tree, and it was from that officer. So they went and they made contact as we would normally do. And once.
Oh, you tried to make contact and you went to an address that he's no longer at. So then you decided you were going to go to the son's address. So please continue on with some more of your babble.
We made contact again after we had made contact with him. We called the Oviedo officer back.
No, you missed the part about where you made a contact with his ex-wife, and his ex-wife said that he's no longer there. And you didn't know where he was at. So you looked up his son's address. That's what was said. Go back and rewatch it, folks.
And that's when they're like, oh, no, it's the gentleman was born in 56. Yeah. Not 78. So at that point, they're like, no, we have.
So they did know it. They did clarify it. And they reiterated, no. He was born in 1955.
It's the father, not the son. But all of it was all. Yeah.
My husband, okay, they pushed their way through my home, inside my home, okay?
Yeah.
I did not give them permission to come into my home.
If they have contact with the subject that we have current charges on, which again,
if they have contact with the current subject we have charges on. They did not have contact with the subject they currently have charges on. First of all, they didn't have charges. There was no evidence. They admitted that.
Point they thought he did, they can make efforts if they are in contact with him to go, even if it's going inside the house after him, they can do that.
And I think it's even worse than gaslighting.
So your review wasn't a review. It was a cover-up for the actions your officers already did, and it was a rewrite. You're trying to rewrite the law and say that they're qualified to do the shit they didn't do.
Either the supervisor on duty is wholly ignorant of the Fourth Amendment, basic constitutional rights 101, or he's lying about it, or he just doesn't care. And frankly, I'm not sure which is.
All three of them. He doesn't know the Constitution. He's lying about it, and he just doesn't fucking care. He's Hitler's willing executioner.
Worse, but let's assume he's gaslighting. He pretends like they have a warrant, but my understanding is they do not have a warrant. This alleged suspect was wanted for questioning over this shoplifting of some shrimp at Winn-Dixie. They did not have a warrant for Victor Jr., and I don't believe they had a warrant for Victor Sr. Let's even assume if they did have a warrant for Victor Sr., they had no reason to believe that Victor Sr. lived at that house. They would have to have a search warrant for the home to enter to arrest Victor Sr. on an arrest warrant. I've done videos on that. To enter to arrest Victor Jr., they would have to have an arrest warrant for Victor Jr., which did not exist. This is the most basic and easily proven of any constitutional violation I've ever covered on my channel. Yet here you have the supervisor on duty, Deputy Pompey, or whatever the hell his name is, lying to this family and telling them there was a mistake made by Oviedo, but they did nothing wrong here. They're allowed to go in and arrest somebody if they have charges on them. That is a complete lie. That's false. As I showed you, the 11th Circuit does not care if you have probable cause or reasonable suspicion or whatever that somebody shoplifted $1 billion worth of shrimp from Winn-Dixie. It doesn't matter. Come back with a warrant. You don't get to go question suspects at their home or their son's home and then refuse to leave, barge in, and arrest. That is not how it works. But that is exactly what the supervisor lied or gaslit to this family.
And that's fine. Oh, the cuffs off of my husband because now my husband is hurt because of you. Okay, just so you know that.
We typically don't go around announcing who we're looking for.
Is his name?
We typically don't go around announcing who we're looking for. The fuck you don't. A warrant specifically states the person and places to be searched and seized. You have to let them know who you are looking for. That's why you ask for the name. So please continue on and babble some more.
And with Victor, would you take him?
No, because he didn't match the photo. They had a photo of your husband.
Yeah. Okay.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That was the problem with the store owner. He couldn't identify him. So they needed to bring the person to the store or show him an ID. Got the ID from looking at the records and decided to go to the ex-wife's house where the man they were actually looking for was at. What, they didn't have his picture ID? So again, please continue on babbling some more.
That's they went over. They went over the photo, not off of just a random name. There are a lot of. My first name's Ryan. There are a lot of Ryans out there.
Yeah, and evidently, there's at least two people with the same name here, one senior, one junior, and you went to the senior's house where he was last known to live and spoke to his ex-wife, who said he no longer lives there. Then you decided, well, we'll go check out his son's address because that's what she gave you to maybe he's over there.
Forced to come into my home
If they,
and to push them?
if just for as an example, he's the person I'm looking for. I have active charges on him, which they did at the time, and he's like, no.
Which they did at the time. No, they didn't. They couldn't identify the criminal. They had a charge that needed to be investigated. It went no further than that. So please continue on and babble some more.
They can use whatever force they need. They can go.
Oh, they can go into my house.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
yep.
I will find out.
You're well within your rights to do that.
So, according to a media report from a couple of days ago, several Seminole County deputies have been retrained after handcuffing the wrong man in an Oviedo shoplifting case earlier this year. In a statement, the sheriff's office has since confirmed to News 6 that the deputies involved in the incident were reprimanded and received remedial training. The remedial training concerned state and federal laws regarding detaining individuals for investigation and entering private residences, the sheriff's office said in a statement. So,
for investigation. So before the charges can be brought, there has to be an investigation. They hadn't even started the investigation, and they were already looking at the wrong man. They literally went to the senior's last known residence, spoke to his wife, ex-wife, and she said he no longer lives there. They then determined to go talk to his son to see if they could get a hold of him through his son. They knew damn well what they were doing.
no, they did not have a warrant. The supervisor is a liar. I hope that he was reprimanded, but I doubt that he was. Nobody needs to be reprimanded here. They need to be fired. Everyone who touched this needs to be fired.
I agree. And that's what I'm talking about. The accountability and transparency of all these people co-signing to keep allowing this to happen. You're one of them. What is your accountability? When are you going to stand up and say no more?
Every single government employee or public servant who is responsible for ensuring that their law enforcement officers understand basic constitutional law 101, they all need to go. They all need to be fired. That one EMS guy with the Seminole County Fire Department, he needs to be fired. That's just my opinion.
And the only ones that can fill those positions are people that know the Constitution. This is the problem. People don't know the Constitution. They lie and they just don't give a fuck. They are Hitler's willing executioners. How much evidence do you need?
Anyways, but fortunately, they do have a civil rights lawyer who is preparing to file a lawsuit in this case, and I hope he sticks it to them. I really hope that he does. So I look forward to following this one, and you can follow along too by subscribing both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. You can follow me on X at John Bryan ESQ. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Freedom is scary. Deal with it. Civil rights. What was it? Civil rights lawyer. Civil rights. Oops, where we at? Where we at? The civil rights lawyer. And I'll grab the link to this video and drop it in chat for everybody. Go check him out. Sub up. He does a great job. I follow him, and we'll be seeing more of him in my reviews. And folks, you guys know me. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back or not. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That part's on you. So may God bless you. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe. There's a PayPal link down in the details below. Every little bit is appreciated. In the meantime, Go to this tab.
Secret is that you already know the truth. You just have to accept it.
Hold up, grab my soda, cause I told you I'm colder than hell. I ain't buying what you sell, it don't ring my bell. Unless it's got the smell, you know, like grape pape. We ain't talking vapes or the color of drapes. Or a gorilla in a cape is the good shit. Just one hit, you so lit, you fall into a bit, non-bit. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie, obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, skewed citations by your intimations. Get real, young man, there's only one stand. You can't stand a suntan, how you gonna live on the land? Obliteration of the carnation, with gross castration, in skewed citations by your intimations. I'm a truth in rotation, you're a cheap imitation. Dark said hums, 808s make the ground shake. Cold as the grave, every word's a land quake. You're a flicker in a cipher, I'm the flame that won't fade. Step into the night where the shadows are made. What's fucking funny is you're a monkey, a high school flunky, hero and junkie. I'm gonna click another hit of this good shit, and I'm already it, so take over, it's been non-bit.
Thank you for joining us at Personality Inventory Mockumentary Production.
I am accounted for, my name's been read, written in the ledger where the lamb was led. Did not the body, did not the blood, pay every debt in the flood of love? So tell me now, what's left to owe? When mercy calls, I can't say no. Are we too old? No man anything. Just grace erase what the law might bring. If love's the all, then love fulfills all that binds all their wills. Silver spend, the temples fall, but the heart still whispers through it all. Render to God what is divine, and what remains is only mine. So tell me now, what's mine to keep when every truth cuts dark and deep? Are we all knowing anything? Does the blood absolve the suffering? If love's the law, then I am free. But is that law the law of me? dare remain, save love for you. Are we to owe no man anything? Did not the Christ pay everything? The law fulfilled, the veil torn through. Now the law of me is loving you.